Good morning, everybody. Just so everybody knows, I am going to open the public hearing, but we're going to just take a couple of minute recess. So if anybody still needs to go ahead and get themselves settled, that's perfectly okay. And it being 10 o'clock, I am going to open the public hearing for, yes, Senate Bill 14. But if you would please all join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, so we will be in recess just for a few minutes and open up shortly.
Go ahead, Senator. Well, how are you?
We're starting with SB 14 today relative to the mandatory minimums. I really just wanted to do this bill in one word: certainty. I just want to close up and stop there, but it wasn't going to quite cover everything. So when I say certainty, I'm talking about to the mother in Sandown who pulled me out of the dump line and said, "Can you come over here and talk?" And so we did. We pulled the truck over, lowered the tailgate, and she said, "You know, my son died. It was last summer in Sandown." And I heard the same thing the year before in Fremont, the year before in Kingston, the year before in Seabrook, and other times. Somehow it seems to always be the mothers, but I'm sure there's just as many sorry fathers out there. And she said the person who sold my son fentanyl did little to no time. That was a uniform thing I've heard. So this bill, in summary, imposes mandatory minimum sentences, 3 years, 6 months for anyone caught with 20 grams or more, and a fentanyl class drug with 50 grams or more has a minimum sentence of 7 years. So I don't really need to read the stuff. You guys have heard these bills before. So that was how I started getting into it. I kept hearing from mothers in my district. I've listened to the mayor of Manchester, who is very great speaker and very convincing on this. He's someone who had his own addiction problems, understands that what's going on in rehab, understands, but he also understands that if we don't have mandatory minimums, his streets are going to be a little more dangerous. He doesn't want that. I don't want that. You don't want that. So we're trying to stop the proliferation of fentanyl in New Hampshire here. A dangerous drug. We all know how bad it is. The smallest amounts of micrograms can kill you. So I've talked for years, and you've heard the same thing, I'm sure, on your side from the police, especially Manchester police have testified year after year for me. And they've said again and again, and they quoted Jesus Lopez appeared before you guys last year, and he testified to the House. Why do you think guys don't go to Maine? A lot of street guys don't go to Maine because they will bury you in jail time. If you don't think mandatory minimums work, you don't want to fix this problem. So that was, he testified before you guys last year. I think we also heard him. But again, year after year, I have the police from Manchester, the state police, they all testified before me that the only thing that is going to work and help with this problem is if they know for certain they're going to go to jail. If they think they can roll the dice, maybe I get a more progressive judge who is going to give me a lesser sentence as opposed to a stiffer judge. It just creates an inequity and an uncertainty. We want to give them certainty. If you do drugs in New Hampshire, if you do these heavy, dangerous fentanyl class drugs in New Hampshire, you're not welcome. You're not going to pass go. You're not going to collect 200. You're going to jail. I always look at any of these bills as a sort of a triangle. I do want to rehabilitate everyone, not the focus of this drug, but I do want people off the street. I want the people who are selling fentanyl definitely off the street. I think this will be a deterrence. I certainly know that if you're doing your 3 years, 6 months, you're not selling any more drugs in Fremont, where I have one mother who sees the guy who sold her son fentanyl. He's there on the weekends at the Fremont House of Pizza. She won't go to the Fremont House of Pizza on the weekends. She knows this individual will probably be there. So I'm doing it for the mothers in New Hampshire. I'm doing it for my own sake. I have young kids. I don't want these drugs out at parties. My 16-year-old daughter soon will be venturing out into the world of dating and parties and proms, and I don't want her being offered these drugs. I don't want them offered to your kids or anyone in the state. So if we can take drug dealers off the street, studies show that those convicted of mandatory minimums around the country have a lower recidivism rate. What else do I want to say that I haven't said? Governor backs this idea. I've spent countless weekend days at the Kingston Fair. She's like, what bills do you want? And I'm like, always, I want mandatory minimums because I believe they work. The police believe they work. They're the ones out on the street. The mayor believes they work. And it doesn't have, maybe we're wrong in our 3 year, 6 month. Maybe I'm a little wrong in the 7 years. It's in your hands. So I look at your judgment, but I do think there needs to be a mandatory minimum. Whether I'm we're a little high with these numbers that have, the police reached that they gave me. I'm not 100% sure, but I would leave it in your good hands to make any changes you see fit. And that's about all I have to say, but I'll take any questions. Officer Storm is following up, and he's much more technical and knowledge on grams, quantities, and effects like that. I think I have a good general overview of the bill.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see Officer Storm having signed up, is he? No. Oh, I didn't even see
I'm
him.
hoping he's on the way in. They told me he was the one coming
Well,
today.
you're going to have to pinch hit for a minute.
Okay.
We hear a lot of times with these bills, you're criminalizing addiction. These people that are selling it are just as worse off as the people who are using it. Oftentimes they sell it to supply their own usage. But I noticed the quantities here, 20 grams.
Huge numbers. So we
How
went
much
without,
would that kill? How many people would 20 grams kill?
I believe they would testify it could kill in the hundreds.
Yeah.
So you're not looking at someone who's taking care of their own personal use here. We're going after strong, heavy drug dealers. And obviously anyone could have any amount, but this is an excessive amount. And again, hopefully Officer Storm will come, but he was talking micrograms can kill people. And this is way in excess of that.
Thank you. Representative Scher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions, Senator.
Sure, Professor.
First is, you understand that we've cut, that the House budget proposes to cut $30 million from the Department of Corrections?
I guess I haven't looked at the House budget yet. I'm more policy, but I am aware that there are cuts.
And my understanding is a portion of effectively what's going to be cut is a lot of the treatment programs and the reintegration into the community programs. So the question is, does it make sense to start imposing mandatory minimums when the treatment available in the House Department of Corrections is being downgraded, if not eliminated?
So the cost, on the other hand, you are leaving large drug dealers out on the street if you're not enforcing this. And what's the cost of your son's life, my daughter's life? I think I think, maybe we do have to keep some of that money in the budget for rehab in the prison. That's a separate topic. The topic at hand today is once I know that guy's in jail for 3.5 years, he's not going to be selling anything. It's up to the state to provide or decide if that's a priority. Me here today, I want them off the street for safe streets. That's what we're after in New Hampshire.
Follow up?
Follow up.
In that regard, my concern is as a public defender in the 80s and early 90s, I lived through yet another version of the war on drugs. And particularly in the 90s, mandatory minimums were the rage, both at the federal level and at the state level. And all the results that I've seen say they really had no effect at any level in stemming the drug problem.
Question?
Here we are today.
So I will get you the study that we found that showed those convicted of mandatory minimums with lower recidivism. So I do have a couple of studies on that I can get you.
So my question is, do you really think mandatory minimums are going to stop other people, not those incarcerated, but other people from dealing drugs in these amounts?
Well, I did have the testimony of Jesus Lopez last summer before your body, and he did say that he doesn't go up to Maine to sell because they're tough on drug penalties. So with him and his knowledge and being a drug dealer, he said he'd be scared to sell in a place where he knew he'd have harsh sentencing. So that, in between dozens and dozens of police who have testified before me in the last 10 years and said they're not going to be scared till they know for certain that they're going to go to jail for some amount of time. Whether my time is too long at 3.5 years for the 20 grams and it's too long at 50 grams, I'll leave that in your hands to maybe adapt that to something. But I think there is a compromise between no sentencing at all or no possible sentencing, leaving it totally at the discretion of a judge. And that other thing about when you leave it to the discretion of a judge, you're not talking equitable sentencing. That's one thing that always bothers me, that, you know, the rich guy and the poor guy, they can get a different deal, or just the very judge you get could be a more progressive judge, more conservative judge. This would give certain fact certain to that person who's doing the crime that they're going to be doing some amount of time. And I think that will intimidate them.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask, when you send that data, if you could send it to the whole committee, because
Certainly will.
from what I've seen, I don't see a link between the mandatory minimums and recidivism rates.
Okay.
So if you have data to show that, that would be
I will
helpful.
send it to the committee. Yes, ma'am.
We heard a question regarding, rehab being available, not being available. One of the features of our penal system is indeed penalizing somebody. So the punishment aspect is as important as the rehabilitation aspect, isn't it?
So to these 4 or 5 mothers or more that I've talked to, they're not after cutting a pound of flesh off the person, but they do feel that seeing the person who sold their son the same year that he died, the person who knowingly sold him fentanyl, out on the streets in Fremont, is sort of an insult to that family. And what was your direct question? I think it was. Okay, good. If you say I answered it,
Yeah, you did.
I'll take the win when I can get it.
Representative Muse.
Thanks for taking my question.
Thanks for giving it to me.
One of the things I've noticed in your bill is that the quantities to actually trigger these mandatory minimums are actually pretty large. And so I guess my question is how many judges in the state do you think would sentence somebody lightly who has the types of quantities in your bill in their possession? Is there any evidence that indicates that people who fall into that category, who are selling that much fentanyl, are being lightly sentenced by New Hampshire judges at this point?
Well, I'll come back to you next year and I'll have lower numbers. But this year, I wanted to get something, A, that could pass through you, and B, that was acceptable to the courts. And so I didn't come up with the figures. The police came up with the figures that they thought were necessary for the judges. And they came up with the 20 and the 50 grams. So I did not, we actually had much lower numbers at the beginning, and which I would have liked to have seen. But as far as expedience of passing a bill and getting big drug dealers off, not just somebody selling to their friends with a small quantity, we went for the bigger fish, probably bigger than I would have rathered a smaller net. But I was told this was the best way to pass legislation. And so I was practical more than doing what I wanted.
See no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair calls Daryl Lennon.
Mic check. Good morning. Pleasure to be here today. I can really appreciate a bill that tries to protect New Hampshire citizens and residents. My wife asked me if I was nervous, and I'm an introvert, so I'm always nervous talking in front of people. I'm a person with substance use disorder and have been caught with low levels of drugs in my addiction. I'm also somebody who, since desiring recovery, has helped countless people become successful in their recovery. I think 20 grams could be considered personal use. I know it was personal use for me. This is probably a bad example I use, but if I went to the grocery store for the month, I'd buy my groceries once or twice a month. I look for discounted rates. Now I know that's a silly way to think of it, but I wouldn't make several trips, which for me, I went out of state to get it and came back into the state to get it. So I wouldn't take several trips because I would take the chance of getting caught more times. So I think 20 grams for me would be easily I could use in a week. And I never thought of myself as a drug dealer because I just help people get a better price. I certainly wouldn't try to kill people. I think that if I would have went to jail for 3.5 years, I wouldn't have had the chance to find recovery. I wouldn't have had the tools to put in my tool belt to be successful. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I know the brain science of how it affected my executive functioning, my ability to make decisions, the right ones. And I would have hated to be criminalized for that. I'd hate to criminalize people that are just trying to get better. For me, substance use disorder and having it is a mental health condition that I work on every day. I pray that we give other people the opportunity to work on this by not criminalizing it and looking at the people in front of us. 10 years ago, when I made a decision to live a better life, I heard people talking about arresting their way out of this problem. I don't think that's the way to do it. I don't think criminalizing humans is a good thing. I pray that we can come up with a better bill to protect our residents of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Would you like to take questions?
Sure.
Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for taking my question. Sorry, short. And also thank you for all that you do to help people navigate recovery as well. Since you brought up kind of the psychology in the way that it changes your executive functioning, I think most people, at least on this committee, if not in this room, are aware that I lost my children's father and fiance at the time to opiate overdose.
I'm sorry.
He was also facing a 15-year mandatory minimum. He had 282 OxyContin pills. He had already consumed 18 in the last, couple hours since he had gotten them. I think that it's difficult in that context to explain to people how that impacted his thought process to the point where he relapsed. And of course, his tolerance was down to 0 at that time, and that killed him. And the idea of what it does when you are facing a hefty mandatory minimum. I was wondering, it sounds to me like you might understand that a little better, and I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that.
Sure. I'm really sorry about your loss. For me, I fell 40 feet off of a roof, and I was overprescribed pain meds. That's what started this whole thing, and that was in 2009. Once I started putting that stuff into my brain, it changed. That frontal lobe is our survival. They call it the survival mode, where, you pay your bills and you do things normal. But one illustration, and I'm probably going to say this wrong, but imagine you're underwater and you know that you're going to take a breath and there's no way out of the water. Eventually, you're still going to take a breath. And sometimes that's how it is for using drugs. And for me, I needed the pain to stop. And unfortunately, I fell through the cracks of our systems that we have in our state. And I didn't know how to get out. But if I didn't have the chance to find treatment, if I didn't have the chance to have that separation, I didn't know that it took 18 to 24 months for my brain to detox for my executive function and to come back. And I wouldn't have had a chance going to jail or prison. I would call that an interruption because it didn't allow me to address the underlying issues to be successful in recovery.
Thank you.
Representative Scheer?
Thank you. First, congratulations on your ongoing recovery. I know it's a daily challenge, so congratulations on that and keep at it. The question is, and this is maybe a hard question for you. So if 20 grams is personal use and really is closer to personal use, and what we really want to do with this bill is have mandatory minimums for big time dealers. What is the amount that would identify somebody as a dealer rather than a personal use person?
I would agree that's a hard question. I couldn't really put a number on it. It's not my experience. I know that if somebody's caught with, it would seem like 100, 200 grams you could, I guess you could argue that's personal use, but I don't think you live very long at that rate. I'm not sure I agree with mandatory at all, regardless the number. I think that's still, we're still talking about a mental health thing that we should address. I agree that there should be punishment when we know that people are trying to kill people, but I guess where do we draw that line? It's a good question.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. The chair calls Michelle Lennon.
Is this still on? Okay. So my name is Michelle Lennon. I'm actually the president and CEO of Archways Recovery Community Organization, and we have centers in Concord, Franklin, Tilton, and Plymouth. And I am also married to Daryl. Daryl is somebody with substance use disorder. As he said, it started with an accident. And what was going on, even in my own home, I did not know the fullness of it all until, being in recovery. Of course, he shares some of the stuff that went on. But mandatory minimums would have done nothing to save his life, nor would it have kept him alive. The work that New Hampshire has done over the past number of years to support recovery, rolling out Narcan, like my husband would not be alive if I did not have Narcan in my home, and my children were not trained to use it, because it was my son who saved his life while I was doing a training for Head Start in Massachusetts, actually. And I think back to those days, for him, as he says, he slipped through the cracks. Substance use disorder developed because of medical treatment from Dartmouth. After he fell off that roof, it was part of the protocols. Back then they didn't know what they know now. But it's not like it heals. It hasn't left him. Addiction, as he mentioned, it is something that is rooted in the brain. We talk about different versions of substance use disorder, whether it's, behavioral health issue, or, the 16-year-old that is messing around with experimentation or things like that. And it is a dangerous world today, because it is not like when I was a kid where, it was cocaine and pot, that was everywhere that people would try to, and fentanyl is super dangerous, but it's also everywhere. And the people that, have substance use disorder, they're not about killing their friends. I feel terrible for people that have lost their loved ones, but there is no part of me that if my husband had died of an overdose during one of those times, that wants to go and see the person that he was in the medical help that they need. And it is not easy. Try finding a treatment bed in this state right now. If you have Medicare, it's almost impossible, and so for me, I think about the work that we do. When we bring someone in who may have been using at those levels, I mean, the first thing we try to do is get them treatment, but it doesn't end there. My husband did 27 months in a program called Teen Challenge. It was abstinence-based only. They did not address the medical conditions that he had underlying with nerve pain and things from his accident that is still plaguing him. He just had another hip replacement surgery 2 years ago, and he's been stable for this long. But it took us that long to figure out what would work for him. And I just see mandatory minimums does nothing except interrupt that use, and drives overdoses. We see that happen because tolerance goes so high for these people with addiction. They still have it when they leave. And if those underlying conditions haven't been addressed, the risk of overdose is huge. So as somebody that runs recovery centers, I am firmly against all of these mandatory minimums. They've been shown in the past not to work. And I would, as an independent, I'll just say I really encourage you to look at the fullness of the data, not just handpicked, selected reports, but all of it, because it clearly shows that mandatory minimums do not work. And I would even argue that it's an usurpation of power of our justice system, because the judges should have the right to hear the fullness of each individual story to find out, you know, what direction they could maybe encourage them to find recovery for themselves. Thank you.
Representative Scheer.
Could you provide the committee with some of those studies that clearly show that mandatory minimums do not work?
I believe the defense attorney's office may bring testimony for that, of the association, but I can definitely supply them by pulling them together.
Thank you. That'd be very helpful.
Okay, thank you.
See no further questions. Representative Newman.
Thank you. Could you provide us just any information that you might have when someone starts taking drugs, they have a certain level of tolerance? And then as they progress, the how that works, or anything you might have.
Sure. So
based on your
addiction itself is a primary recurring brain disease, separate from substance use alone. So for some of us, like I drink alcohol. I went to UMass. We drank a lot of alcohol when I was in college. Never developed the disease of addiction. We do not choose to become addicted to substances. Our physiology reacts in a way that we have no control over. For somebody that begins use, they could be like me and go through college, do a little bit of experimentation, and just walk away never using it again. For people that develop the disease of addiction, though, there are actual brain changes that occur in the brain. Daryl mentioned like the amygdala is affected, executive functioning is affected, dopamine uptake sites are affected. We do not choose that. I had knee surgery. I was prescribed Vicodin. It did nothing for me. It didn't take away the pain, didn't give me euphoria, nothing. For other people, though, the changes in the brain occur and there is no control over what happens with those changes. And if somebody does not receive treatment, in some cases, you know, quitting cold turkey is no longer a thing because chemists have got involved in this trade. It is not the same as the heroin of returning from Vietnam. This is completely different, completely different. Tolerance is something when you stop using, it takes more and more of a substance to generate those feelings of euphoria. It also changes to the fact that it is below consciousness, this need for the substance, and it feels like a survival thing. The mention about having your head underwater. Long before you consciously know, you can logically know if you inhale that water, you were going to drown. But long before you would suffer any kind of physical permanent damage, you will take the breath and drown yourself because that below consciousness level of need for survival is so great to take that breath. Addiction is like that. So for people with substance use disorder severe, they will do anything, unless they find the right resources. And we're talking about taking away from the criminal justice system right now. I think there was a vote 5-4 showing that a lot of those supports might go away through the budget cuts. So what are we really doing? I mean, really, you're pulling somebody out of a social network and creating another dealer because somebody else is going to supply that social network. It's not just going to stop the use,
Thank you. No further questions. The chair calls John Burns.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. My name is John Burns. I'm a person in recovery. I'm a family member. I have a daughter who was an injection drug user starting at the age of 16. She's currently in recovery today. I am a guardianship caregiver, so I have guardianship of her son, who's my grandson, and I've had him for 9 years now. He's 9. And I'm also the executive director of SOS Recovery Community Organization with centers in Rochester, Dover, and Exeter. And I'm here in opposition to both SB 14 and 15. When I look at the programming we do in recovery community organizations, everything has to be built around evidence-based strategies. And my challenge when I look at mandatory minimums is we did all this. We did it in the 80s. We did it in the 90s. It didn't work. Most of it got undone because there was so much overwhelming evidence that showed it was not effective and that it caused more harm. And it was widespread harm, and I haven't seen any evidence that says recidivism was reduced from mandatory minimums. If there is, there's just as many studies, probably 5 times more studies, that say the opposite. And that research is widespread, and it's been going on for decades now. So this isn't like a new concept, and we've seen it fail. Here in New Hampshire, we've made a lot of progress on overdose deaths. We're starting to go in the positive direction. We still have a lot more work to do because, to me, 1 death is unacceptable. And since 2014, I've come to the legislature and testified about various bills, and that all started when we did public naloxone distribution. And when I hear some of the anecdotal, inflammatory, kind of fear-based strategies around why we should support mandatory minimums, it brings me back to 2014 when we sat in these rooms and testified in favor of naloxone distribution and had the Police Chiefs Association and the Department of Safety and prosecutors who told us that if we distribute naloxone to the public, we're going to have Narcan parties and it's not going to work. Those same people have learned over the last decade, because we passed those laws, that that's not true. And when people look at the reduction in overdose deaths and the fact we're starting to go in the right direction, just about all parties will agree that naloxone distribution has led to that reduction. And that's because it was an evidence-based strategy, and we had research on it, and we implemented it. All the anecdotal stories of Narcan parties were as false then as they are today. There's still no one having Narcan parties, but we do see overdose deaths being reversed left and right. So I would just remind the committee, because the same was true when we passed the Good Samaritan law. Again, it was a lot of fear-based, comments like 20 grams of fentanyl will kill 100 people. Most of the people I work with on a day-to-day basis that are still actively using drugs will use 3 to 5 grams of fentanyl in a day. That's not that high of an unusual. So how it would kill 100 people, I suppose hypothetically from a toxicology standpoint, that might be true, but it's not a very realistic data point. And so I often talk about, when we look at mandatory minimums and we look at that 20-gram quantity, most people who use drugs do so in small communities. It's a community kind of activity. Most people use with their friends. And here in New Hampshire, most of them will travel to get their substances. Most of them will travel out of state, bring it back. So the person who's picking up 20 grams is rarely doing it for themselves. They've got 3 or 4 friends who have all chipped in. They're going down, they're picking up over 20 grams, and they're sharing it with 4, 5, 6 people. And they're probably pinching off a little bit of that to help support their own substance use disorder. That's the reality of what we see, what I see every single day when I work with people in the harm reduction programs we do and the recovery programs. And I think that's important to note. So what we're targeting here is not cartel leaders or mid or high level drug dealers. We're targeting people who use drugs, who have a substance use disorder, and they need support. They don't need to be punished and thrown in prison for 3.5 years. That's not going to help anything. And I think it's critical we identify the fact that the House budget just passed with cuts that would eliminate somewhere in the vicinity, I'm hearing. I mean, it hasn't passed to the Senate, but it's been sent over to the Senate. And that budget, I'm hearing that budget is proposing up to 99 cuts in the Department of Corrections. And most of those positions are programming cuts, which means we're now going to increase mandatory minimums, increase incarceration, while we reduce supports for those people who are the most vulnerable, because when you leave prison, your tolerance has been lowered. You're coming out of prison, you're going to have less supports, and we're simultaneously seeing cuts to the social service programs and the treatment programs and recovery programs where those people might access adequate support. So what we're creating is a recipe to undo all of the progress we've made with overdose deaths in this state and with how we've approached people with a health concern. This is not gonna we need to focus on the demand and not the supply when we look at drug policy. And this is a program that's being built on anecdotal stories rather than evidence. And we've seen all the evidence, and I'm very concerned that we'll be sitting here in 5 or 6 years if this type of legislation passes and these types of policies passes, and we'll be in the same boat that we were when overdose deaths were spiraling upwards rather than downwards. We need to continue reducing them, and we need to do that with evidence-based approaches, not with fear and not with approaches that we know don't work. Thank you.
Representative Scheer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. It's very helpful in understanding the reality of circumstances. Same question I asked Ms. Lennon, and I'll try and make it as specific as possible. If it's possible, could you provide the committee with 10 studies that show mandatory minimums don't work? At least the references.
Yeah, and I have some written testimony here, so there's a citation in here that has some that's one of those, but I can certainly provide 9 more. There's a ton of them.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. To me, when I look at bills like this, it is very much a one size fits all for a situation where everyone's body chemistry, everyone where they are at in their addiction. So many things are different. And I think especially not only based on your personal experience, but also working with many, many people. And also thank you so much for all you do in SOS. My question is, could you speak to, as someone who has navigated recovery themselves and then also with a variety of other people, multiple other people, could you speak to the distinction and the unique circumstances for each individual?
In terms of just let
me put it this way. Do you think that this kind of one size fits all solution actually matches what we are dealing with when we're talking about people who are navigating recovery?
No, I mean, most of the people that we see, they all have various different traumas, various different backgrounds, various different barriers to receiving the services that they need. So to just say this is the appropriate measure to handle everybody who fits into this based on 20 grams or 50 grams or anything like that, even including the death resulting, I think is a mistake. I don't think it tends to the needs of individuals, and the needs are pretty complex based on what I see on a day-to-day basis. And we lack a lot of those services. And now we're looking at the possibility that there's going to be far less services.
Thank you.
Representative Muse.
Thanks for taking my question. Bills like this essentially are, I think, try to make a case against judicial discretion. And under the current statute, I'd be the first to admit there's a fair amount of judicial discretion. Why do you think that is? And do you think it's a good idea for judges to have a lot of discretion when it comes to cases like this?
I do, because I think every scenario is wildly different. And to the point of seeing like low sentences in these cases, like on the death resulting, I can distinctly remember an individual who I knew who her boyfriend was locked up for selling. And when he went to jail, she continued the next day, meeting somebody that he was supposed to meet, and she sold some. There ended up being a death as a result of that. She got a 12-year prison sentence and was paroled after, I think, 8. And she was a 22-year-old girl who we dealt with regularly. So when I see cases like that, that's a pretty severe sentence, I think. And certainly I get the tragedy of somebody dying. But I think most of us who have used drugs over the years also we're pretty aware of the risks. And I can't imagine, with a daughter who uses drugs, I can't imagine wanting somebody to die if she were to, I'd be devastated. But in a situation like that, I can't imagine that revenge would, or some sort of like 20-year prison sentence or mandatory minimum is going to bring back anyone, nor is it going to create an environment that's going to deter people from using drugs or selling drugs in small quantities like that.
Thank you. chair calls Jake Berry.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. My name is Jake Berry. I'm the Vice President of Policy at New Futures. As many of you know, New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit health policy and advocacy organization. We've been around for more than 25 years to help address substance misuse and addiction in our state. I don't want to repeat too much of what's been said this morning, but I do want to emphasize New Futures' strong opposition to both this bill and the following bill, SB 15. Over the last decade, our state has come a long way in recognizing substance use disorder for what it is, a chronic relapsing condition of the brain that requires treatment, not criminal punishment. We've worked tirelessly to establish an infrastructure, to increase access to treatment, to build a network of recovery centers, to establish drug courts in nearly every county. And thanks to the work of many, including Mr. Burns, Ms. Lennon, so many in this room, we are making real progress. As you've heard today, we had 284 fatal overdoses in our state last year. Certainly, one overdose is far too many. However, that is 33% less than the year prior, more than 200 less than the high point in 2017, and that's the lowest figure that we've seen since 2013. Again, certainly there's much work left to do, and every tragic overdose is one too many. But simply put, as you've heard today, mandatory minimum sentences like those proposed in these bills do very little to address the problem. Data shows that mandatory minimums do little to prevent overdoses, overdose deaths, or drug-related crimes. To the contrary, mandatory minimums capture more individuals deeper into our criminal justice system, making it more difficult for them to access the treatment they need, and increasing the cost on taxpayers who foot the bill for their prison sentence. As you've heard today, tomorrow you're going to be voting on a budget that would essentially gut the treatment and mental health programs within our state prison. I think it's also important to note the budget includes a 3% Medicaid reimbursement rate reduction, which will make it harder for our community providers to provide treatment outside of the walls. I think another note I want to make here, so there was a state study in 2021 from the Council of State Governments that showed that here in New Hampshire, incarceration costs an average of $185 a day. That left our county jails on the hook for $60 million a year between 2019 and 2021. I will note that is for the county jails. I don't have the figure available for the state prison. But needless to say, again, I think the mandatory minimums that has been shown all across the country do little to prevent overdose deaths, do little to prevent overdoses or other drug activity. All this would do is increase the costs facing our incarceration system, our correction system, at a time when we're already trying to peel back services within that system. So with that in mind, we ask you to oppose this bill. We ask you to oppose the next one, SB 15, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Muse.
I think a lot of times when people hear folks like yourself speaking in support of people with substance abuse issues, they also think that maybe you don't think people who violate the law should be punished. What kinds of people should we be punishing? For crimes involving things like fentanyl. Yeah, are there situations where we would want to make sure judges use that full 30-year maximum, that full $500,000 fine?
Thank you for the question, Representative. It strikes me that this bill is really intending to try to capture large-scale dealers, large-scale trafficking networks, cartels, they're called. And the question has come up a few times. What is the quantity of drugs that would be appropriate for this type of mandatory minimum sentence? I think it's really difficult to make the differentiation that you're trying to make. I think the fact is that while certainly large-scale cartels do exist, I think that is not the main factor feeding the problems here in New Hampshire. I think here in New Hampshire, these are behavioral health issues that we have failed to address for a long, long time. We have spent the last 10 years or more trying to catch up, and we have done a really good job, as evidenced by the numbers. I think that, when we talk about dealers here in New Hampshire, so many of them experience substance use disorder themselves. You heard Mr. Burns talk a little while ago about an individual who is buying 20 grams, that may be supporting their own personal use for several days. That may also be supporting the personal use of several of their friends. And so I think that, again, to find the number that distinguishes between a high level, dealer network and an individual user, I think is a really difficult thing to do. And a kind of broad brush approach like this does not recognize the challenges that each of these individuals is facing. I think that, for that reason, allowing for judicial discretion, allowing for a judge to determine what are the factors that are contributing to a person's criminal behavior and what is the best course of action to prevent that in the future, I think that that's really critical. And the broad brush approaches like this have been shown across the country not to work, and they would just take us backwards here in New Hampshire.
See nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Amanda Azada.
Good morning. I appreciate you all have many bills and I think are probably already a little behind. So I'm happy to take questions after. I'm also happy to follow up with emails. But hello, Chair. Hello, committee members. Good morning. I am Amanda Azad. I'm the Policy Director at the ACLU of New Hampshire. I'm here to urge you to oppose mandatory minimums yet again, because the state of New Hampshire has said no to these in the past. They continue to be incredibly expensive fuelers of mass incarceration that do nothing to improve safety. And I'm happy to send studies. I know folks have been asking, so I will do that. New Hampshire does not support mandatory minimums historically, the main reason being who is paying for doubling or tripling someone's prison sentence? Who's paying for that? And does tripling prison length solve the problem? No, never. It never solves the problem. Mandatory minimums are expensive. This year, as you've already heard, New Hampshire is slashing the budget, including the Department of Corrections budget that was already quite underfunded and understaffed. They had many, many open positions that they were struggling to fill. They were paying a lot of money in overtime, and now they are potentially cutting 100 or more staff positions. So passing what feels like tough on crime legislation may sound appealing to some, but it is a very expensive bill that comes due later. Not to mention the cost to people, which we've heard today. These are real people, people who come from New Hampshire families, people who are using drugs or use and sell drugs and are being sent to prison. Not only will they absolutely, frankly, not be deterred by a not to pass today or any new sentencing guidelines, they will ultimately be released from incarceration by the state back to the community one day. Whether they miss their entire childhood, their entire child's childhood, or whether their parents will grow old and pass away while they are incarcerated, whether they will be incarcerated for so long that they struggle to rejoin their community, or whether they're incarcerated so long that their health declines and they collect diagnosis and conditions that the DOC has to pay to treat while incarcerated. That's what we're talking about with these extremely harsh penalties today. That's what mandatory minimums do. And that applies to both SB 14 and SB 15, which we'll be chatting about shortly. Mandatory minimums take away judicial discretion, which has already been discussed. I just really want to underline we should let judges be judges. Judges have a role in the system, just like legislators have a role in the system, and we should respect that role. But what these sentences truly do is take away humanity from people, regardless of what happens here. They're coming back to our communities, and I can't underscore that enough. Will it be easier for someone to return successfully to their community after years and years of being incarcerated in a prison that's literally falling down? I don't think so. And studies have shown that mandatory minimums do not help recidivism. But back to judicial discretion, the reality that plays out with terrifyingly long, life destroying sentences is that people plea bargain. Whether they should be or not, whether they're innocent or guilty, whether there are factors that a judge and us in this room would find incredibly relevant, their rights, their day in court disappear because someone has said they will send them away for 10 years in prison and they will rot. So they say, do something, sign this, get out of that. So with mandatory minimums, I think something that's really nuanced that we haven't mentioned, we haven't talked about, is that more people are going to be incarcerated for a longer period of time. And that's not even referencing those that are going to be charged under this new law. This is going to be a tactic. This is going to be a tool. We're going to see increased sentencing. This brings me back to mandatory minimums are incredibly expensive. Our men's prison is quite literally falling down. It's deteriorating around the staff that work there, and it's deteriorating around the people who are housed there. We should probably have a functioning prison that is staffed appropriately, that has properly funded medical and mental health and family visitation programs, not mold and rats, before we consider incarcerating more people in that prison for almost maybe even a decade-long stay for a drug offense. Putting people in prison and having them age in prison, basic safety and providing humane conditions and paying for staff costs, that costs the government tons of money. That's why many people, regardless of their political party, do not agree with mandatory minimums. It doesn't deter crime. It burns through taxpayer monies, which the state of New Hampshire does not have. This is not the time to entertain longer prison sentences, and I don't think we ever should. And I certainly don't think we're soft on crime now. I do not think New Hampshire has that reputation. I'll end with saying that mandatory minimums that were adopted by the federal government and many state governments throughout the 80s and 90s did nothing to reduce crime or drug use or anything that you would probably hope for, considering how incredibly expensive that wave of mandatory minimum was for the federal government's bottom line and state government bottom lines. Bills like this put cracks in our justice system and create, frankly, bizarre and unjust situations that we don't want. So please just say no to mandatory minimums, ITL SB 14. Thanks for your time.
See no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Davis, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. I'm also a professor at UNH Law, where I've been the director of the Criminal Practice Clinic for 5 years. Prior to joining the law school, I was a public defender for 15 years. That means I've practiced criminal defense on behalf of indigent people for 20 years in this state. I first want to thank the people in the recovery community that have come here to share their stories and their information. And I join in their statements about how this law does not solve the problem of substance misuse disorder, and how it does not help us, recover from this scourge in our community. We're here to talk about how this law actually plays out once someone is charged, because that's my knowledge here. We've seen how mandatory minimums don't work in the past through the federal system. And I too am happy to provide a number of studies that say this over and over and over again. They don't work because they're not a deterrent. But more importantly, what they do is that they shift decision-making power from judges to prosecutors. Simply because somebody is arrested and found with some amount of drugs on them, 20 grams or whatever it may be, doesn't mean that means that they necessarily get charged with the crime that requires the mandatory minimum. Charge bargaining is still allowed. not alleging the amount of crime, drugs that someone possesses is still allowed. And it's allowed, and that decision is then made by prosecutors, not judges. Not judges who have been appointed by, the government for lifetime appointment because of their ability to, I think their responsibility and ability to assess these situations. This is done by line prosecutors, some of whom were perhaps in my class last year, some of whom who have more experience, but are still coming from the perspective of a prosecutor in this situation. And the problem with this is that prosecutors will have that power, and they will bring the same inequalities that perhaps you're concerned about judges having in this situation, but they're not. But they are subject to those same inequalities of sort of looking at who am I going to give the benefit of this law to? Who am I not going to charge the mandatory minimum for? Who am I going to engage in a cooperation agreement with? We're letting prosecutors then at this point make those decisions about who benefits from not being subject to this law. Is that who we want deciding in this situation? Taking it out of the hands and putting it in those folks' hands. Because what we've seen time and time and again is that ends up affecting poor people. That ends up affecting people with serious substance misuse disorders. It ends up affecting more Black and brown people in our communities. So what will they use that power to do? Well, one, they're going to push plea bargaining. We know from the federal system that when you put mandatory minimums on the table, it encourages people to plead guilty to maybe things they're not guilty of, to plead guilty when perhaps their rights were violated during the course of the investigation in this case, to not pursue challenging their and trying to enforce their constitutional rights. What else will it do? It will undermine the right to trial and to litigate these matters. People will be forced to take sentences, plea bargain, and take pleas when perhaps they should have gone to trial and would not have been convicted had the state had to present evidence and prove their case. It will also force cooperation. The bill itself says that you're not subject to this if you engage in a cooperation agreement. And I urge you to think about the consequences of that. When you force someone to engage in a cooperation agreement, you're creating violence in our communities. One person who is cooperating against another person is at risk of danger, and we know it. Whether they are in the House of Corrections, whether they're in the state prison, whether they're out on our community, you want to have a bunch of sort of, smaller fish all forcing to cooperate against someone bigger. You know what happens? Violence, threats, serious danger to those people. And they are in fear. And they're now stuck between being in fear of a mandatory sentence or being in fear once they get to the prison, perhaps on a lesser sentence, of what might happen once they get there because they're labeled a snitch, a rat, or a cooperator. These things are incentivizing not what we want, and in fact, I would argue more dangerous. I talk with clients all the time about the risks that these kinds of choices force in our communities, and it's not what we want. It's not effective, and it's at the expense of taxpayers. As has been said, it costs roughly $67,500 a year to incarcerate somebody in prison. That's just the cost of incarceration. What you're also driving up is the cost of litigation, which includes lawyers, public defenders, prosecutors, judges, all of which are currently facing funding crises. Finally, to what end? The feds already have mandatory minimums. We don't see these large-scale dealers being prosecuted in state courts. The feds take them. The feds take these cases and they prosecute them where they have mandatory minimums. We're not here to deal with that today, but we're not going to see these cases in New Hampshire. They're going to go to the federal system as they have previously, and that it will be handled there. It is not a deterrent for someone who is sick, for someone who is gasping for air, as someone has already described it, to think about a mandatory minimum in this case. That's not how this disease works. Harm reduction is working in our communities. I think I woke up this morning to WMUR telling me that overdoses are down in our communities. I think they're down as much as 50%. And that's attributable to the harm reduction community. It's attributable to the widespread use and availability of Narcan. Finally, just to be picky on this point, I am totally against both this bill and SB 15. On SB 15, I will just say what's particularly disturbing is that it allows for dispensing. That if you, sure, that's fine. I'm happy to do that. I guess what I will say then finally is in terms of the language on this, when it says that you are incompetent at the time that you engage in this conduct, it is not legally correct. And I think it could probably be fixed at some point, but there's no way to determine if someone's legally incompetent at the time that they engage in this. Either they could raise a defense of insanity, and that's a whole topic for another time, or perhaps they are not competent to stand trial, and that is a current determination of when the person is before the court. But there's absolutely no way to determine if somebody is incompetent at the time they engaged in activity. And so while I'm totally against this bill completely, that provision itself will have absolutely no effect, whatever the intention was, should it be passed. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question and for being here today. I think, as I hear things like this, I have a very specific and a very nuanced, a very accurate view of an individual who I watched go through this process, but not just that person, also their family. And so anyway, as someone who is a criminal defense lawyer and also has dealt with, with the association, has knowledge of many different people who are navigating this situation. I'm wondering if there's any possibility, and you can say no if you would like, but to give a more accurate picture of the individuals and kind of the reverberating harm that come along with someone being criminal justice involved for these reasons.
I'm only struggling because there are so many, and every single person is an individual. And I guess that's what this bill actually does, is it undermines the ability for the courts to look at each person as a human being. I talk to people, students in my class all the time about how, the system very much would like to just label somebody as the crime they are, charged with or something like that, and only look at them what the act that they allegedly did. But they are a person and they are human. And the only way to bring that through the criminal justice system is to have them treated as an individual the entire time, to have them treated as an individual who has their own story and their own approach and had their own reasons for how they got to the place that they got to. And the best person to assess that story, to hear that story, is a judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Amanda Vachon.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Amanda Vachon. I'm the coordinator for the Merrimack County Recovery Court right here in Concord. I'm here today to testify in opposition to both SB 14 and 15. But I wanted to start by recognizing that the intent of this legislation is something that we should be, considering. I agree that we need to do more to stem the flow of fentanyl into this state. I agree that there should be justice for family members who have lost someone to this disease. What I don't agree with is the mechanism this bill is proposing to get at that situation. There is, as many of the people who have testified already referenced, lots of research out there. A simple Google search by a New Hampshire citizen could obtain many of these, both scholarly and research articles that clearly show the lack of effectiveness of mandatory minimums. Deterrence is not decreased, or increased rather, and that's maybe due to the fact that this is a disease. Once a person becomes dependent, traditional deterrence efforts have little impact. There was an earlier comment that, somebody may choose to deal drugs here in New Hampshire versus a state like Maine. I would argue that if that person was truly addicted and were only dealing to support their own habit, that if the threat of death did not deter them, that a mandatory minimum is not going to deter them. So if that person was truly just an entrepreneur in selling drugs, then harsh penalties are available, and judges have the discretion to sentence those people who are simply building a business at the, which is against what our citizens deserve and want in the state. There's already provisions around sentencing and discretion, both on the prosecutor side and on the bench, that would have a positive impact on this situation in New Hampshire. Many of the other people who have testified have also said that we've done incredible work here in New Hampshire, and I would agree. Almost all of the counties in New Hampshire have access to a treatment court of some kind, whether that be an adult treatment court, a mental health court, or a family treatment court. And we've also recently established veterans courts in several of the counties in New Hampshire. The state and through the legislative body have invested in these types of programs because we have identified that incarcerating people with a disease of addiction does little to stop them from using again when they get out. It does little to stop overdoses. When people go to prison or jail for long-term sentences and they come out, their tolerance is lower. And that person is at the highest risk of overdose that they will be when they're walking out of incarceration. If the goal is to keep our citizens safe, mandatory minimums don't do it. What does help is prevention, resources, access to treatment. There was a reference earlier to the fact that it's very hard to access treatment here in New Hampshire, and I would agree. The fact that I have a job working as a coordinator of a program like a recovery court is because that is true, and that we only access these citizens when they have reached a level that there is nothing left on the table besides a long prison sentence. But parties agree that this is maybe a defendant or a client that they've seen over and over and over and over again doing the same crimes because of their addiction. They recognize that putting them back in prison, maybe they've already done a jail sentence, and this time they're subject to prison. They recognize, parties, prosecutors, and defense counsel, that that's not going to solve this issue, and they're going to see this person back again. So they decide to do recovery court. Recovery court, or drug courts as they're more commonly known, are a nationally recognized program that combines the criminal justice system with treatment. And the importance of that is that it forces, it's a voluntary program up until the time they are sentenced. But once they're sentenced, it forces a person to get at the root of why they're suffering from an addiction in the first place. It could be an injury, as referenced earlier, or it could be trauma, which is almost always a component of someone's addiction. I think it's particularly relevant right now as the state grapples with the YDC abuse that was widespread. I can tell you that in our court system right now, our program's not that big, but we have multiple people who were abused horribly in YDC and who now have severe substance use disorders. And this bill, although well-intentioned, is only going to serve to put people like that back into a system that abused them in the first place and who developed substance use disorders as a result. I would urge the committee to look at the research on both sides of this issue. Largely, the research states that it does not work to impose mandatory minimums. And other people have referenced the financial component. I know this committee and the members are definitely encouraged to keep finances where they should be. It's nearly, according to the Senate's own website, it's nearly $80,000 to incarcerate someone in this state for a year. In contrast, recovery courts, it's about $13,000 to put someone through a recovery court for a year. So if we're really trying to target finances and the safety of these citizens in this state, this is not the bill to get us there. And I would argue that maybe stakeholders need to come together on all sides of this issue to develop legislation that might get at what we're trying to do with SB 14 and 15. Thank you.
Representative Newman.
Thank you. What effect, if this bill passes, would it have on the recovery courts?
Probably significant. as mentioned earlier, I think that I understand that there's concerns around judicial discretion and potentially, the politics involved of progressive or not progressive judges. I think that the truth is that it does shift the burden to the prosecutors. And in this state, we already have what seems to me a pretty disproportionate response, even in the context of these programs, because in some counties, Merrimack County, for example, has a capped plea process. And that means that when parties can't really agree on what the outcome should be, so like it's not a fully negotiated sentence, then it allows, but they both agree that maybe, that something needs to happen here. They just can't fully agree on the sentence. But recovery court has been brought up as an option for this person. In Merrimack County, they can enter a capped plea process where they take what the defense counsel wants, what the state wants, and they allow the judge to hear both sides of the matter. And the judge decides, should this person come into recovery court, or should the state or whatever other alternative sentence could be imposed. There are counties across the state where there's prosecutorial veto. So we have lots of people who would be greatly impacted by recovery court who never get to come to us because they don't even get the option. And I would argue that if we're going to do something to have a positive impact, that would be a place to start, is allowing there to be capped plea processes across the state. Because what it's going to do, as Attorney Davis mentioned, is force more pleas. Because some prosecutors are going to have the decision making around whether or not the evidence is enough to, move forward with a particular charge. And then maybe there's a reason why they don't want to do it in particular cases. And I don't know that that's going to be fair across the board.
Thank you.
Representative Saul.
Thank you for your testimony. The whole concept of recovery court, I'm curious about the availability of that statewide. What percentage of a frequent flyer problem is the recovery court made available to those folks? What percentage at the current time?
I can't answer the percentage question. I can tell you that as it currently stands in the state, the predominant model is to serve people who are at the highest risk, substance use, have a severe substance use disorder, but they also have the highest risk to reoffend if we don't intervene. So these are people who have gotten to the point where there's not a lot of options left on the table. And we know they have a severe substance use disorder. And so the court does need to be involved in this process. Research clearly shows that recovery courts work. And that's because it's not a get out of jail free card. There's a lot of times a hefty suspended prison sentence hanging over a person's head. And if they do not complete the program, that sentence is imposed. So the safety net exists still within this type of program to allow for punishment should we fail to identify the right person, or that person just can't get into a sustained recovery and can't change their behavior. We also treat criminal thinking, which is important, because criminal thinking is that tendency to say, oh, well, I need my own drugs. I'm going to go get it across state lines and come back, and I'm going to distribute it to my friend. There's a criminal thinking component in that, despite along with just survival. And so we are forcing people to examine all of those things. And I would argue that we probably should expand access to these programs, because right now, when we do a thorough assessment, there's lots of people that don't qualify. For example, women are underserved by recovery courts because the risk assessment is a little bit skewed in favor of males. And so if we were to give more resources to the recovery court programs, we could have different tracks that would address multiple levels of risk along with their substance use disorders.
Thank you.
Representative Scher.
Do you know, since recovery courts, drug courts have become fully developed in New Hampshire, how has there been an increase or decrease in the number of people incarcerated in the state prison for drug offenses?
I don't know if I can answer that without guessing. I know
no
that
need.
I can access the information and provide it to the committee if you'd like.
That'd be great.
I can also tell you though that New Hampshire is poised to graduate their 1,000th participant from these programs this year, which is a significant accomplishment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Major Bright.
Morning, Chairman Roy. Morning, committee. For the record, my name is Bill Bright. I'm a major with the New Hampshire State Police. I currently oversee our Investigative Services Bureau, which includes the State Police Narcotics Unit. There was a short period of time during my career where I was the commander of the Narcotics Unit as well. So I'm familiar with this topic. I've heard these bills over the last few years, several different times, and a few things that I want to point out from this bill. Well, first of all, I'll say that the state police is here in support of this bill. But a few things that I want to point out is that, yes, while there are tolerance levels that get built to fentanyl, which, makes personal use amounts different for different people. One thing that I think still needs to be acknowledged is that any amount of fentanyl is still dangerous to those that may come in contact with it, through it being available through the people who have built a tolerance. So I'm thinking more like family members, friends, kids that may be in contact with the people that possess these amounts. The other thing that I haven't heard in testimony today, I mean, I heard it acknowledged that, okay, 20 grams of fentanyl maybe could potentially be personal use, but we haven't heard that 20 grams of fentanyl is a single use or a single dose. That is several doses for anybody, which means that amount is still extremely dangerous to that person who is facing the addiction problems, as well as the rest of the public who may come in contact with them. And I think that overall, as we look at the opioid and fentanyl problem in the state of New Hampshire, rather than looking at mandatory minimums as going to be damaging to this problem, I see it as more of a collaborative effort, as in all the recovery programs that we have, I think are great. All of the drug courts that push people towards the recovery programs are great. Any initiative that is geared towards getting people help, prevention, all those things are good. This is just another tool for the overall problem to be tackled. One thing that we saw, one thing that I did want to point out, it was talked about a little bit by previous testimony, but there is a sentence in this bill that says, if a defendant charged under the subparagraph cooperates with a law enforcement investigation which results in an arrest or conviction, the defendant shall not be subject to the minimum term of imprisonment outlined in the subparagraph. So what that does, since it's acknowledged in the bill, I'll acknowledge it as well, is that this will drive people towards cooperation. It is a deterrence. If somebody who has these amounts of fentanyl with them, it is going to drive them towards cooperating with law enforcement so that we can target our responsibility in this problem, which is the supply chain of fentanyl. It's our responsibility to do everything that we can to reduce that supply chain. And the way that we do that is by climbing the ladder to get to the source of where that product is coming into our state. And in order to do that, we do need cooperation. We need information. We need the ability to target these individuals at the higher level, and it starts somewhere. And this bill acknowledges that fact and gives people options to, hey, you are facing these, but there is something that you can do about it, and that's you can cooperate and you can get help. So while I don't believe that this is the answer to the whole problem, I believe that it certainly can be a part of all these other ways that that we're all talking about, ways to get people help to combat the addiction problems that people have, the substance abuse problems that they have. But this will help the law enforcement get at the supply chain, which is our responsibility.
Thank you. We heard testimony earlier that people who cooperate with police inevitably end up in a violent situation. Is that your experience?
That's not my experience. We do everything that we possibly can to keep those informants confidential. We have many different tactics that I don't necessarily want to get into in a public forum. However, yes, we do everything that we possibly can to keep that as as safe as we possibly can. The last thing we want to do is put somebody in a situation.
It would seem to me that if people are regularly hurt for working with the police, people wouldn't work with the police, but they still continue to do so, do they not?
They do.
Thank you. Representative Newman.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, when you talked about cooperation with law enforcement investigation, it has a qualifier with it that it says, which results in an arrest or conviction. So that qualifier is there. How does that affect the story that we had earlier about the individual who was there and he was sharing stuff with their friends, and it doesn't come up with an arrest or a conviction? Those persons then still are subject to the mandatory minimum sentence. Is that correct?
Well, I think there's probably different levels. I'm not exactly sure how, what the intention was for that language in the bill, but, there's certainly different levels. I mean, if somebody gets charged with an offense under this, that this penalty, the mandatory minimum affects, if they actually get charged, then, that stipulation may be there that, like, hey, if there's some cooperation, then this will go away, that results in an arrest or conviction. But if this drives somebody to cooperation before they even get charged, there's that factor as well. There's also plea agreements, which were talked about, which, that is a way for somebody to take the option to get to drug court, to get help. So I think there's probably different levels with, with that language that's in there.
Follow up? So there's also another part of the bill that says that the individual. I'm going to withdraw my question.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. It would seem to me when we're talking about people who would even have the capacity to be able to work with police and be able to take some type of, to collaborate in some other way. I think, first of all, yes, there's the danger of injury or retribution, but also moral injury. But anyway, I would also, what I'm curious about is, given that someone, as my colleague said, would need to have information on someone who is higher up the food chain or something like that, does that not make it the least accessible option for someone who is actually a user, feeding their own habit, doesn't have connections to higher ups or anything like that? It would seem to me that the people who would actually qualify for that are the people who are higher up the food chain, and people who would still be harmed by it are the people who are the most vulnerable and actually experiencing issues themselves. I'm sorry. Does that make sense to you?
Well, can I just
think I
flip
could
it
try
back
and
around?
restate it a little better.
Can I flip it around to a question to you? And I guess the question would be: is where did that person who is just a user, how did they come into possession of the fentanyl?
I think that varies from time to time or different
Well,
things.
that's probably the question that we're talking about. I mean, they got it somewhere.
Okay.
So there's going to be information.
Thank you.
Representative Prue.
So as I looked at this and kind of understand, even my fellow member here mentioned that these quantities are fairly large.
They are.
So this isn't the typical user amount that they would have on them when they get arrested. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, we see all different amounts. We see some very, very large amounts as well.
Follow up. So this is kind of targeted towards the supplier as opposed to the user.
Yeah, I think testimony earlier suggested that, 20 grams could possibly be somebody's personal use for a week. So if they are, if somebody gets picked up with 20 grams, 30 grams, 40 grams, they're most likely sharing that with somebody.
Thank you.
Representative Chabon Deschenier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, sir. Regarding the this bill is being presented as a way to try and reduce the supply of fentanyl coming into the state. If not for this solution of mandatory minimums, what other tactics are in the toolbox to help stem the flow in besides this?
Everything that we're doing right now. I mean, this just adds another tool to the toolbox. But yes, we have tactics. We run large cases, we run small cases. They all start at different places. Sometimes it's with a small amount user that provides us with information. Sometimes we get information that a different supply chain has started, and we're able to start working on it through different means. But yes, this would just be another tool in the toolbox to those tactics.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Muse.
Thank you. Earlier, you were talking about the part of the bill that essentially makes it possible for a person to inform on someone else who may be further up the food chain and escape the mandatory minimum penalty. I guess my question to you is, wouldn't that be a really good indicator to somebody further up the food chain that somebody informed on them?
Yes, but most of those people are serving many, 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 many people. So as I explained, we have plenty of tactics to work around those situations. We do everything we can to keep informants confidential and anonymous.
Thank you.
Isn't it true that the vast majority of drug cases are solved via use of informants? I mean, without informants, would it not be pretty difficult to get into some of these dealers?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what statistics are, but it is a common tactic in our investigations. Yes.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just kind of following up on what I believe Rep. Newell was saying, because I understand that you have to, like, if someone has this amount for personal use, they have to have bought it from someone. But so just giving you a name of like what could be another, like a low level dealer, is that something that would actually count as cooperation? Do you know what I mean? Or is that person going to still end up getting charged with like this mandatory minimum because they don't have information that you don't have, for example, or they don't have information that would actually be valuable? You know what I mean? Like, is there not like a certain level of information they would have to provide for it to really be, amenable to lowering the sentence for cooperation? Does that make sense?
Well, I think a person in that situation is most likely not going to be possessing more than 20 grams, first of all. But yes, useful information is more valuable than just information. So
it says leads to an arrest or conviction, correct? So
it does.
They would need to at least provide probable cause that this person was dealing drugs. Is that correct?
Or at least, yeah, start to an investigation that led to that in the end.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who hasn't done so? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. I open the public hearing on SB 15 and invite the prime sponsor to introduce the bill. We are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief because we've sort of talked a lot about mandatory minimums, but I'm going to go back to my stool. And we've heard everything about rehabilitation. We haven't talked much about the victim or punishing someone. This bill 15 is more about punishment. So it is death resulting from, I'll just stick with the script here. This is an amendment that we did in the Senate that was attached, so hopefully you got it that way. So it's if you manufacture, sell. It's a harder bill for me to sell. If the first one wasn't hard, to raise the bar here a little. So it talks about dispensing. So what we want to do is send out, certainly I'm just like the last testimony in the last bill. We all want everyone rehabilitated if possible. We want to encourage every recovery program there was or is. And we also want the person, though, off the street. So in 14, I certainly always knew that no matter what, that person who had sold drugs was off the street. Now in 15, I'm more looking at punishment. I'm looking to answer to those people in every town that I talked about earlier, the mothers who all said someone died. And so we meaning me, the police, the governor, state troopers, and many county attorneys feel that we need a punishment if there's death resulting. Even though your motivation may not have been, some of the people under this who do make, sell, manufacture, those are easier ones. And I'll go to the weakest and toughest part of this bill. If I was asking questions on the other side, I would say, what about the kid? And so we'll go right there. What about the kid who's at a party, graduation party? My daughter could be attending it this year, a prom party or something, and they hand out pills. And then we have a number of kids dying. They did not have the intent to kill my daughter or anyone else, but neither does a drunk driver who goes out, and we have punishments for them. So we need to have some mandatory punishments. Partly I've heard stuff about equity, which is fine, but my mandatory minimum is going to be fair of people of all colors. Right? Everyone's going to be treated the same. Your income disparities, they're not going to be taken into effect. So the easiest way to treat everyone the same is to have equitable sentencing. That's to have mandatory minimums. And this is only in the strictest of cases in this bill. This is where there's a death resulting. So I do take understanding, and I would feel terrible if it was my child who supplied other people with the drug. But if they knowingly handed out pills, maybe not knowing what was in there, but once you're distributing drugs, you're playing Russian roulette with what could happen. You don't know, and we need to punish those individuals. So again, I look at my way of looking at sentencing is I do want rehabilitation. It's a three-legged stool to me always, but I want to take the person off the street, and I want punishment both for them, and I also want to send out a message to other people who may do the same actions. Don't do it. You're going to have severe sentencing, especially with death resulting. You're ruining the lives of families, not to mention the person who died themselves, but, you know, families for generations are going to be affected by this. You have to be accountable for your actions. And I'll just stick with real simple because we already went way into mandatories and the whole rationale behind that. But in this case, we certainly feel that there should be consequences to your actions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Scheer.
I appreciate what you said about, you know, a friend of your daughter's or a friend of my daughter's at a party. Have you considered, I mean, the most difficult part of this legislation is the strictly liable language, because that takes away what they intended, what they didn't intend. And it means if they dispensed it, even if they didn't manufacture it, even if they didn't sell it, if they dispensed it, they get a significant mandatory minimum. And have you considered not having that strictly liable language and putting in a more traditional mental state there?
I would be, and others would be open to possibly, maybe I've been a little harsh and others who've suggested these numbers have been a little harsh. I leave that in the hands of all you to decide if you could live with a lower number. Maybe you feel 3 to 5 years is adequate. You guys can discuss that amongst yourselves. But I feel and others feel, hopefully you feel as I feel, as they say in the House, something like that. Right? I remember that. Yeah, we feel that mandatories are in order here because you're gonna, if you have that effect and if you hear about one kid going away or person or drug dealer or manufacturer, hopefully it's more of the others than the first, than my weakest example. But if you're a drug dealer and someone dies, we certainly want you to go to jail. If you're a manufacturer and you made a deadly drug and put it in the stream of commerce, sure. I gave you my weakest example just to hurry that along. And the weakest example would be for me, and the hardest thing to do is to sentence my own daughter. If she distributed, but if she killed like 3 or 4 people at the prom party, I believe she should be accountable. It would be a hard thing, but I would want her to be accountable for her actions of taking lives.
A follow-up? I'm not a big fan of anecdotal information. That
Sure.
said,
Sure.
I've talked to a number of defense attorneys over the years where their clients initially been charged with death resulting. They've been held in jail without any bail. And then a month, 2 months, 6 months into it, they get rid of the death resulting. The death resulting charge is dropped and something less is imposed. By making mandatory minimums, do you see a concern that this practice might result in more convictions on weaker cases?
What I see is that it would send a message to anyone who's handing out drugs that New Hampshire, it's not the place to do that. And even if you're not aware of what's in the drugs you're handing out, if you were putting out a deadly substance, you're accountable for that action. That's what I see.
Thank you.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Thank you.
So I'm wondering, is your intention with this bill to imprison basically anyone who uses substances with a partner or a friend?
If they supplied the drug that killed their partner friend?
Yes, if one
Yes.
of them overdoses, do you think that?
Yeah, if you supplied the drug to the other person, even a husband and spouse, if I supplied my wife with, and she took the substance, I supplied it. I was playing Russian roulette with my wife's life, and I should be accountable for my actions. Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did I understand you correctly that you would be open to some adjustments on the timeline here? Because, when I think of
Yes.
DUI, for example, it's like 5 year. And for me, that feels like a more direct choice you're making. Because I feel like
I trust in the wisdom of, are there 17 of you? Sure. Yes.
I just feel like when we're, talking about Russian roulette here, there's also the person on the other side who is also making the decision to accept those things that are being handed to them and
Sure.
to also take that risk of them not knowing what might be in that pill, and so it feels really harsh to me to so severely come down on one side when the other person also made a choice to take that, and their consequence was potentially losing their life. And I don't know if, taking a college student, putting them in jail for 10 years and ruining someone else's life is really going to bring any more justice to the situation.
Sure. I'd be very open to the committees discussing what would be more adequate.
Representative Muse.
The way that it looks like your bill could potentially work, and maybe an unintended consequence, is that a person who actually supplies another person with drugs, that person starts to overdose. How likely would it be, knowing that there's a 10-year penalty, would it be for that person to get help for the person who's overdosed versus simply just leaving?
I believe it's in the legislation. And if it isn't, we've done this on other bills, as you know, where if you call in to save someone. So if it's not contained in here, which I think people after me will testify that it is, but if it isn't, I would be open to an amendment that would say if you're, calling, it would be a mitigating factor. And, if she settled with 3 years, maybe that would lower it it would be up to the judge then to lower it a certain amount. It'd be a discretionary amount if you made a phone call and saved a life. We still want to encourage people to make those phone calls.
Follow up? And if it's allowable or a good thing for a judge to use his discretion or her discretion in a case like that, why wouldn't it be a good idea for the judge to simply use their discretion when it comes to sentencing in a case like this without this
I'm
bill?
saying that would be more of the rare exception. The rule on most of these, so you were going to run into people who manufacture, sell, dispense. So we're now looking at a smaller little cutout for the person who, you know, is handing their wife a drug and makes that phone call. You're just eliminated the manufacturers, the sellers, and people who I am going to allow the smaller cutout, but I don't want you to take away the whole pie here. I think there is room to have mandatory minimums, but still keep, you know, the tradition that we have in New Hampshire of encouraging people to call to save lives. So I think you could have both.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir. Before I start calling witnesses, I just want to bring to your attention, we're running behind. If you testified already on the other bill and you're going to testify the exact same thing, I'd ask you to not do that. If you want to add something specific to your earlier testimony with regard to this bill, we would welcome that. Chair calls Darrell Lynn.
Good morning again. I just want to, just real quick, I know we are running behind. I think that this bill speaks to intent, you know, and if we talk about other crimes where loss of life is, we don't want loss of life when we're talking about New Hampshire residents or anyone. But I think if we're talking about intent, you know, if you talk about Russian roulette, a gun, and a gun distributor, we don't go after the gun distributor because somebody supplied the gun. The gun store sold the gun. Or a car was sold that was used to take a life. We don't go after the distributor and we don't mandate it. It doesn't make sense to mandate it, especially there's always circumstances. I don't think anybody sees somebody overdosing, and I've experienced it myself. You know, addiction in itself is compulsive behavior despite negative consequences unto death. In my personal experiences, I did some heroin that, you know, when I bought it, the guy said, this is extremely strong. Don't do too much. Well, my brain said differently. I just did a bunch. But before I did it, I put it up in the cabinet because I think subconsciously I knew I would die from it. Put it up in the cabinet, go to the hospital because they make you go to the hospital, stay in the hospital for 24 hours, go immediately home and use the same drugs that just potentially killed me. So I just wonder about somebody making a mistake that, again, I don't want to take away from the loss of life or the loss of loved ones. I think it's a terrible thing. But you're talking about generational things when you're changing the life course trajectory of residents that made a mistake that resulted in death. If somebody doesn't have the ability to make choices and they're using and they sell drugs, they're not thinking straightly. So they're, again, I would go back to, we should take it case by case because their executive functioning is different. Their physiology is different. The circumstances around it are different. So we shouldn't have the same consequences across the board.
Thank you again for your testimony. I'm particularly interested in your recovery. Did you go through recovery court, drug court? Was that a part of your recovery?
It was not part of my experience, although I've known several people still going through it now. I'm a big fan of drug court or any tools besides this bill to change the rates and life course trajectory of residents in New Hampshire and people suffering from substance use disorder and or alcoholism.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
Was that made available to you? Could you have gone to that? I assume you were in the court system.
I was in the court system. I ended up, I had good supports and worked with recovery community organizations. So, you know, when I went back for talking about what we should do, talking to the prosecutors, I think they saw that I was making a choice. And I think that played into, you know, what they did with my future. allowing me to take a deal that didn't include jail time and allowed me to access supports I needed to sustain recovery.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. Michelle Lennon.
Just real quick, one of the programs that we host at Archways is Collegiate Recovery, and we do this for Franklin Pierce Law and for Plymouth State University. And we recently had a DEA agent that came and spoke about the dangers of the pills that are out there being laced with fentanyl. There's no intent in many of the young people that we see to be distributing fentanyl with some of the stuff that they're sharing around. It's just dangerous right now. And going to the prevention programs, like I would hate to see a college student, go to jail for 10 years because they happen to be the one that is spreading something around at the party. Because again, I think about the reference to alcohol. We don't go after the state of New Hampshire for distributing alcohol when people get drunk and drive and there's a loss of life. We just don't do that. So I just think we have to be really careful thinking about the far-reaching consequences this bill could have. And again, they don't work. So mandatory, but I have already said that. But just thinking about the far-reaching consequences something like this could have when there is no intent, but it is saying that there is, basically. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Chair calls John Burns. John Burns. Jake Berry.
Oh, that was for the last one.
Amanda Zad.
Hey again. I know you all are very behind. I am also pregnant and very hungry. But I do want to take a few minutes to talk to slightly different points for SB 15 than SB 14 because I think these bills are really severe. So if you can just bear with me for a few minutes. Again, I'm Amanda Azad. I'm the policy director at the ACLU of New Hampshire. I appreciate your time. I am strongly opposed to HB 15. The ACLU is strongly opposed to SB 15, which is commonly referred to as death resulting bill. It creates a mandatory minimum of 10 years for a strict liability crime, meaning that it requires no proof of the accused intent or even knowledge of the true nature of the drug that has caused the death. So a bill like this, if passed into law, would really destroy the sense of justice and fairness that we all hope to see in any criminal legal system. I think it's really egregious, actually, which is probably why it hasn't been very popular here in the past. So to be very clear, as was said before, actually, by the bill sponsor, this is the type of bill that sends wives to prison when their husband overdoses, leaving their children in state care without parents. It is a brutal bill that you all are looking at. This will not lead to charges against drug dealers, and I want to be really clear about that. I say that largely because the legal elements of death resulting bills actually requires a lot of closeness between the person who dies and the person who is ultimately charged. Also, a national analysis of death resulting charges concluded that a majority of the individuals accused of death resulting crimes are not dealers. So that was a national analysis. So not only do the way the bill is written and like the crime itself require you to be incredibly close, looking at what has occurred with these charges in other places, that's exactly what happens. So in many of these cases, the individuals are friends and family of the person who dies, who themselves are struggling with drug use disorder. So the very sad and terrible occurrence of an overdose is relabeled as a homicide. That concept is actually very hard to process, I think. But then on top of SB 15 makes it a mandatory minimum situation, which removes judicial discretion where you absolutely need it most. I just want to underscore that this is where you need judges. I urge you all to read the stories of some of the people who have been charged under death resulting laws. You will see friends, spouses, siblings, classmates being charged, not a big bad drug dealer. So the problem here is dying of drug overdoses, and the solution is beyond a doubt not a death resulting bill in New Hampshire. As folks have said, I just want to reassure folks that overdose deaths consistently have gone down over several years. And that is not because of bills like this. So deaths are prevented by evidence-based policies like increasing access to Narcan. Long sentences do not reduce deaths. I would urge the legislature to continue to support evidence-based policies that save lives. So to be very clear, there is no evidence that death resulting laws reduce overdose rates. Studies have actually seen increases in drug overdose after these laws were passed in many states. So SB 15 is not going to solve that problem. I will just very briefly say that without these laws, we have done a really good job of reducing opioid overdose deaths. Even in 2024, after all pharmacies were allowed to dispense Narcan, we saw a big drop. We saw a drop in Manchester and Nashua. Nashua overdose deaths were decreased by 21%. Nashua, they were down by 49 compared to last year. So supporting, funding, encouraging overdose prevention services like Narcan instead of locking people away is what is going to save lives. Instead, we're here talking about mandatory minimums, which are unproven to reduce overdose deaths. And I want to highlight, which I did not highlight with SB 14, is a 10-year sentence of a loved one who person has passed away, you charging them with a homicide and incarcerating them for 10 years will cost the state of New Hampshire more than $500,000. So it actually, now I think that was a couple years ago, it may be closer to $750,000. That is a tremendous amount of money for one person. I'm just trying to think of all the things that we could spend that money on, like services that save lives. So I'll just say again, as I flagged in the bill before, there are no evidence that demonstrates a significant relationship between mandatory minimums and reduction in crimes. And mandatory minimums may actually increase the likelihood of recidivism. I mean, if you think about that logically, that makes sense. You're taking someone out of the community and just breaking them for 10 years and then throwing them back into the community and wanting them to function and not commit crimes. That's almost common sense, not going to really pan out. So I'd like to leave you with this. In most criminal cases, you have to be aware that you are causing harm to be prosecuted. That is intent. Here under SB 15, you would be prosecuting someone without having any intention of harming at all the person who has died, a strict liability crime, without a judge using discretion, for 10 years minimum, with no exceptions. So death resulting laws are cruel, and also, frankly, they're not logical. So please say no to SB 15. ITL it. Thank you. Sorry, that was time intensive.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. That I open the public hearing on SB 54.
Okay, change of pace. Sorta. It'll be deja vu all over again, as Lou used to say. For those who remember Lou. You ready? Thank you. Okay, 54. Relative to refusal of consent to determine alcohol concentrations and penalties for aggravated driving while intoxicated. So New Hampshire, and I'm giving you an average, the last 5 or 6 years, we've had about a 70 to 75% refusal rate. The rest of the country, usually somewhere between 20 and 25%. So the state troopers and the police chiefs have asked me to come forth with this legislation. And what we're trying to do is get more people to take the breathalyzer test, because we believe it'll have a correlation to the amount of people drinking and driving on the roads. So to do that, we have an administrative safety measure of going up to 12 months. Currently it's 6 months. And if you're willing to take the breathalyzer test, it'll be moved down to it can be moved down to about 3 months. If you cooperate, you do rehabilitation treatment. If it was your first offense, what else do you need to know that I can do as quickly as I can? So that is about it. We want people taking the breathalyzer. States that have the higher breathalyzer rate have lower DUI rates on the road. So the other thing we're doing in this bill, it is also looking at other states. Other states, I don't know why it hasn't been included, but in the past, somehow other states' convictions of similar offenses, states with similar type crimes in sentencing rates haven't been included. And so it'll allow it to be a second or third or fourth offense if you have various states around offenses around the country. Anything else I should tell you about that? If you do an aggravated DUI, one thing I was always concerned with when I heard this, I'm like, what about the guy who's really drunk and he's like at blown a 0.20? I want him to take the test too. Whereas I would think he probably won't want to take the test, because if he doesn't take it and he might just get away with a plain drunk driving when he's getting aggravated that could get him 2 years. So we have allowed judicial discretion to reduce the sentence for someone with an aggravated DUI. They could already, a lot of police tell me that one of them's a senator now. And he said, if you're a good cop, you don't even need the DUI. You can have a drug recognition expert. But I know, I am a lawyer by trade. I hardly practice. But I know as more of a lay person that I've heard, don't take the thing, don't take the thing. So we want to give them reasons to take the test. Again, we have the worst, maybe not the worst in the country. We're in the top 2 or 3 for worst percentage of taking the breathalyzer. So it's administrative change. It is not a punishment. And we want to keep the roads safe. And that's why we bring forth this legislation.
Thank you. No questions.
Well, I must be doing a better job or a worse job. But
Well,
okay.
we just
thank
heard
you.
this bill in another version a
Oh,
couple
I
days
figured
ago.
you did. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to testify on this bill? Thanks. Whenever you're ready.
All right, good. It is now good afternoon to everybody. Again, I know everybody here has heard this. This is the exact same parallel bill that was in the House bill that this committee had passed. It's coming forth again. We understand that it didn't do so well in the House, but we're really asking for your support with this. We have one of, as Senator Gannon just indicated, one of the highest rates of refusals in the entire state. That is leading to a very high amount of people that are dying on our highways as a result to drugs and alcohol. It also, by people not taking the test, it is exponentially making it difficult for us to deal with folks that are under the influence of something other than just alcohol, that being drugs, or alcohol and or drugs. All the states around us have a significantly lower refusal rate, because the one thing in common with all those states is they have a higher penalty for their license loss for people that do not take the test. And that is the one thing that we understand that some people may feel that that 1 year is a very long time, but we're hoping to never have anybody lose their license. We're hoping to never have anybody actually drive on our roads impaired by any substance. So we're basically pleading with you to help us get this through so that we can lower that amount of drunk driving that we're having on our roads and the people that are driving due to alcohol and drug related crashes. As Senator Gannon indicated, there are some other provisions in there that are helping. We understand that if you take a test and you're cooperating with the police, it doesn't necessarily mean you should go to jail. So it gives that judge the judicial discretion to not have someone go to jail if they are blowing over maybe twice the legal limit, and they can use that circumstance and figure out what happened in this scenario. There's also, right now we do not have the ability, if someone refuses from the outside, if they refuse in Massachusetts, or if they refuse in Vermont or Maine, we cannot use that refusal here in New Hampshire. We need to make sure that that the recidivism of DWI is also being taken into account for this. So if there's any questions or anything on this bill that we can help answer or clarify for the committee, we'd love to do that.
Wait, the questions, if not, I can. All I would add quickly, my name is Ryan McFarland, I'm the administrator for the Department of Safety Bureau of Hearings. There are 4 major parts of this bill. When we look at other states, Vermont is a key state, and I just looked at it last night. They do a progressive approach, but when you get third refusal in the state of Vermont, it is a lifetime suspension. That's how serious they've taken it. In the written testimony I provided with the prior House bill and the Senate bill shows that Vermont is now down to the national average of that 20 to 25% refusal rate. But there are other aspects. The DWI law in the state of New Hampshire considers out-of-state convictions, but the refusal law in New Hampshire does not consider out-of-state DWIs and refusals. That's an important loophole that needs to be shown up to try to protect the drivers in the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you. Okay, so question regarding that specifically. If someone's license gets suspended in Massachusetts for refusal, do we not reciprocate that suspension based on the suspension itself, not necessarily the reason for the suspension?
We in New Hampshire reciprocate that suspension. So if it's a New Hampshire license holder goes to Massachusetts and gets arrested for an OUI in Massachusetts, and Massachusetts puts that person under suspension, there is that reciprocal suspension between the states. What we were talking about in this bill is an individual who's a New Hampshire license holder goes down to Massachusetts, gets a DWI or OUI in Massachusetts, gets convicted in Massachusetts of OUI. Then a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later, they get stopped here in New Hampshire for a DWI, suspected DWI, and they refuse that requested breath or blood test by a law enforcement officer. That is not considered to be a subsequent refusal, because the current law does not consider that prior refusal or prior conviction. Whereas if they in New Hampshire had a conviction for a DWI and had another refusal, that's a prior conviction or prior refusal. So there is that loophole. So you have a lot of bordering towns, bordering cities where individuals, say Salem, may go over to Haverhill or Methuen, Massachusetts, get a DWI there. We cannot consider that for our refusal here in New Hampshire right now.
Thank you. Part of the reason that I heard that this companion bill didn't do well in the House was some people were under the impression that this test is somehow would be volatile of their rights against search and seizure. Could you explain, if either one of you, how that is an incorrect thing? versus your rights or not to refuse this test?
Because it implied consent. In the state of New Hampshire, having a driver's license is a privilege. It's not a right. The courts have been extremely clear on that. It is a privilege, not a right. So when an individual gets their license, part of the implied consent is they agree to volunteer take testing at the request of a law enforcement officer. So then there are penalties when an individual refuses that request. So it's not volatile of their rights because they have agreed as part of that privilege to have a New Hampshire license. You have agreed to submit to testing at the request of a law enforcement officer as long as they have reasonable grounds to believe that you were driving on a way while under the influence of intoxicating liquor, controlled drugs, or any combination thereof.
And have the courts also ruled that even though that test will result in you providing evidence against yourself, that it's still not volatile of your rights against self-incrimination because of the fact that you entered into that agreement when you got the license?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Representative Scheer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Currently, when someone refuses to take a breathalyzer test, how long is their license suspended?
For the first instance, it's a 6-month period of time.
Okay. Second instance?
2-year period of time.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Let me see what's next. I open the public hearing for House Bill 71. '62.
Same. Thank you. I was contacted in the fall by a law enforcement agency, and they were concerned whether or not, and I had never heard of a 287 program. They said if we participate in one of these programs, are we going to have problems with our locality saying that we can't, shouldn't? And so there are a couple. 287 is a program that you want to work with ICE or Homeland Security. One's a jail enforcement model. It's designed to help them process and remove non-citizens. So it's a totally voluntary thing. If a police agency, state police or other want to participate, totally up to them. There's a warrant service officer program also where ICE comes in. The training is you have to apply. ICE takes you, they train and certify you to serve and execute administrative warrants on non-citizens in the agency's jails. So those are the two programs. I think there may be others, but those are two that I'm aware of. And so I was asked to bring forth this legislation to make sure if such a New Hampshire police agency, state police or other or sheriffs want to participate, they would not be able to be barred from participating in such a program. We want them to be able to, if they choose to, work with ICE and Homeland. That's probably enough.
Representative Scheer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Senator. Are you aware of any county House of Corrections that has refused to cooperate with ICE?
So this was applying for a program. This particular bill is if they want to. Am I aware of some? I think there are some out there, but I'm not aware personally. I can't tell you by name. I am aware of some sheriffs want to participate in this. The state police want to participate. A number of communities up in the northern provinces. I'm saying provinces, northern towns in our state. Some of the senators who have towns up there were telling me that their towns, especially because they're near the border, want to participate in these things. It was brought up by the Democrat senators brought up, they were against this bill. They did not want the participation, and they did not want their communities participating in these programs. So I'm aware that there is a movement to not allow this to happen. but I haven't heard from the Rockingham County that they were not willing to or willing to. Actually, I've heard from the commissioners they'd like to participate in the program. And I've heard from, who else have I heard from? State police, sheriffs, and towns up in the north. I guess that they want to participate and they're afraid they won't be allowed to. So we just want
follow-up?
to make it clear. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear there.
No, I understand. Follow up. My understanding, is it your understanding that Stratford County participates currently, Stratford County and Cheshire County currently participate in the 287 program?
I'm not sure if they do or not. So maybe so. If you know that to be the truth, then that would
One
be the
last,
truth.
one last follow up. What we're really talking about is houses of correction. Is that
Well, no, I think we're also talking about. I know what you're talking about, housing them, but we're also talking about sheriffs and state police getting involved in doing enforcement for the feds.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know further questions? What? Oh, Jody.
It'll be a quick one, I promise.
Hello.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. I noticed that on this bill, generally speaking, I know you're very aware, there is always a fiscal note. And so my question is the reason why there's not a fiscal note is because we would potentially be imposing cost burdens on the counties or the municipalities rather than on the state?
I'll answer that. No, it's voluntary. This doesn't mandate anything.
Thank you. I was trying to think. Hopefully would have got there. Maybe not.
Actually, I can answer too. That 287 agreement involves the counties get paid.
By us.
That's why Stratford County has such a robust social services program. Is they have for years and years been housing federal prisoners, and they're getting paid for each prisoner.
I am aware Rockingham County wants to apply. Most of our county commissioners want the income.
The cynic in me would say they're making money off of.
I know where you're going. Okay.
Follow up.
Sorry, I just want to follow up really
Sure.
quickly because I am definitely aware of that. That's what we're talking about with the 287 one. But
Sure.
If I'm correct, you just said that it was more expansive than that. It was not just the 287 program.
Well, I've been told it wasn't
This
just
isn't
the
for
prisons. My senators in the north, one particular, it's not McConkey, Roachford, told me that many of his communities on the border want to work with ICE and Homeland in other ways besides the two programs that I mentioned in participating in apprehending, looking for. They have other designs than just housing.
Thank you.
Representative Newman.
Yeah, I just have a question on how this would be implemented. Like, the county delegations are made up of representatives. What action could that legislative body take that would fit the bill here for impeding something? How would they do that? Not fund it, pass a resolution saying that it can't be done, or how would they do that?
There was some concern that like your selectmen in a community might be against working with ICE and Homeland. We'll just say Portsmouth, for instance. Again, all my 8 Democrats voted against this. They were concerned that their localities would be pressured and you'd have a schism between the police departments and in the town officials over the police want to do this, the localities don't. So they were concerned there could be a problem here.
So any action that the county delegation took to impede this or doing something that says they can't do it, that would be prohibited by this bill.
If the police work for them, they would be, yeah.
Thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you.
Are we going right into 70? Oh, you have other people. Okay.
David Holt.
Hello, my name is David Holt. I am from Somersworth, New Hampshire. First, actually, I would like to present a letter that you should have all received yesterday from the New Hampshire Immigrants' Rights Network, which I am a part of. I will give you a copy here, but hopefully you have all received it, and I hope that you take a look at it because it really goes into a lot of detail on the bill and a lot of the issues with the bill. But just sitting and listening to this makes me wonder, are we going to other agencies? Are we going to have allow if the roads crews in different towns don't want to do what the town wants them to do? Are they going to be able to, let's say, I don't know, build condos to sell, or the school system be able to put their kids to work in a textile factory or something? I mean, the law enforcement works for whatever law enforcement agency they work for the different municipalities. So I'm just curious whether this is going to have other far-reaching effects, basically, that people are able to pay basically not pay attention to their supervisors or who has control over them. I actually wanted to speak, and this is, again, I'm just speaking for myself. That letter talks about a lot of the flaws in the bill and the confusion that it causes. But the reason why there are flaws and confusion is because it is written to try to create something that isn't necessary. There are a lot of factors here that are misinformation. The entire immigrant crisis is manufactured. I don't know about you folks, but I know dozens and dozens of folks that have immigrated here from other places, and they are all fabulous, hardworking, honest, trustworthy people. And I bet most of you know folks as well. So if we're going to go and make these stereotypical statements about needing to protect us, I think we really need to look at the statistics, and the statistics are that immigrants are a third less likely to commit crimes. In this particular bill, we're talking about mandating, allowing police to go against the communities that they live in. And that is actually, this entire premise is going to make New Hampshire less safe. The way that the government has been set up, where the federal government is responsible for immigration and local law enforcement is not, has worked beautifully because it has allowed us to create trust between local law enforcement and the community. If we pursue this and the next bill coming up, it's going to destroy that trust, and it's going to make all of us less safe. If we are worried about public safety, what we really need to do is work on, increasing the minimum wage, providing health care, making sure that people aren't desperate and marginalized, basically. Sorry, just looking at my notes here. Again, I'll just leave it at immigrants are a third less likely to commit crimes. So if there is anything that should be done, we should be looking at citizens, I guess. And obviously one part of that is just that they don't want to, they've come here to work and to live and to have a future. Why would they go against that? And we're all basically immigrants here. We're either descendants from immigrants, or our ancestors were brought here against their will, or there are a few of us that are indigenous people, but unfortunately the indigenous are treated just as badly as immigrants. So please make this ITL, this bill. We don't need this. And one of the other things too is the cost. This is an unmandated cost, basically. If we're going to be what they're going to end up doing is profiling. So anyone who is skin darker than mine is going to be pulled over. People are going to be arrested. We already have a gentleman that's been sent to El Salvador who is a U.S. citizen, who the courts had said he could not be sent to El Salvador. It's just going to be dangerous, and we need to be better than that. So I hope that we look at us as a community and how we can be better. One of the other things too, in New Hampshire, you can't walk down the street without seeing help wanted signs. We need these people. We're not being overrun by people. We need people. And a lot of these people, these immigrants, were the essential workers that were so highly praised during COVID. What are we going to do without them? We're hearing all these talks about how we're going to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. Well, who's going to take these jobs, right? Our employment is like the lowest that it's ever been. None of this makes sense. Take a step back and listen to what you're being told by these things. Where the emperor has no clothes, as they say, and we really need to look at what we're doing. This is not what New Hampshire needs to be focusing on.
Thank you. Anybody else? Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who hasn't done so? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Now I open the public hearing on House Bill 71.
They pay you for this? Is that like a bonus? It's my punishment. Oh, okay. Wow. We don't haze in the Senate, just so you know.
Take that into consideration.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bill Gannon. I should have probably said that 4 other times. I represent the wine district, Sandown, if you know Zorvinos, all the way to the seacoast and about 6 or 7 wineries in between. Just the great town of Seabrook. And I got a plug in for you. So I bring forth, why am I bringing 71? It isn't because we're racist. It isn't because I come from all my grandparents were immigrants. They all had sponsors. They all signed in at Ellis Island. They went to right to work, never took a nickel from the state. If they had, they would have been considered a burden on the state and would have been sent back to Ireland. So they had agreements at that time, which seemed to work out very well, and there were no costs. Unfortunately, we don't have them. We do have the border is secured, so I'd like to say I don't need to have this bill, but we also let in, we don't know, 15, 20 million illegal aliens. And so what that has also done is, I'm sure the majority are wonderful people who want to work, raise a family, and they come here. But we also let in 356 members on the terrorist watch list are known to have come into our country and not left. We know that we had in Dover, I think it was Dover. No, it was Rye. I'm sorry. I believe it was Rye. We had a paint crew, which in one of their workers was a mass murderer from Brazil who had executed 12 people. It was either last summer or the summer before. He drove through my community from Merrimack every day through many of my towns. And so unfortunately, we've had rape victims, we've had heinous crimes. We had in Dover, there was an arms dealer. So amongst these, probably majority of 20 million or so illegal aliens are here. There's been an unvetted group of hundreds, if not thousands, of gang members, other members. So they are mixed in, and we haven't been able to weed them out. So, and again, we spent $461 million last year feeding, housing, clothing, you name it, medical expenses, food, phones, sometimes even more than that. So it has been a burden on our society. And so in New Hampshire, we have also, all we're asking people to do with 71 is to not get in the way of the federal authorities such as Homeland and ICE. Don't become an impediment. And we have had towns that have done that. We have had Lebanon, Hanover, Hillsborough, Peterborough, to name 4, but there are more. And those towns will just take, we'll look at Lebanon, had a welcoming ordinance. And it said if you in any way cooperated with the federals or the ICE, I have the welcoming ordinance in case you guys don't. It is certainly not welcoming for the police who have to enforce it, because if they do, if they cooperate in any way, if they let ICE or Homeland know that someone was getting out, the time or the location, if they, anything at all to help, which might be considered, they could be disciplined by the town officials and let go, and that is their welcoming ordinance. Peterborough earlier this year in March, the police chief said he would, I don't know how many of you saw it in the news a month or two ago. Is it already April? It is. Okay. 6 weeks ago or so, the police chief said he did not cooperate in any way. ICE came looking for someone at a restaurant. I don't think they ever found him, but the police went to assure that we would not and would not be involved in any cooperation with Homeland or ICE with immigration violations. So we have them. We have Lebanon. We have Peterborough. We have Hillsborough. We have two others that have welcoming type ordinances. So we don't want them to get in the way. We're not asking, this bill doesn't ask for help or cooperation. It does. It asks for cooperation. Just don't get in the way. Let them do their job. If they have a detainer notice, just let, here, okay, 2 days, the guy's getting out, we're having a hearing, whatever. We're holding him. Just don't get in the way of the feds. Let them do their job. And this bill, unlike the other bill, the other bill was voluntary, by the way, 62. It was totally voluntary by the police or other officials to ask to be in that program. This is just saying stay out of the way, let the feds do their job. And that's about all there really is.
Thank you. Representative Scheer.
So if 71 is passed, we shouldn't pass 62? Is that
Nope, totally different things. So 71 is just saying, don't be a speed bump, don't be an impediment to the feds when they're doing their job. Cooperate if you can, but you don't have to do their task. We're not asking you to go out in the street looking for, we have a warrant, detention notice. We're not asking you to go pick people up or anything. Just make a phone call. If you look up and the person pops up on the federal detainer, and you're aware that they're on there, make a call to them, tell them we got whoever, Bill Gannon there, come pick them up if you want to.
What does 62 do that's different than 71?
62 is well, like you said, it's asking Tom Tombarella, my county commissioner, wants to house them and he's going to make money off it, he thinks. So it's or it's other programs those are saying that we actively want to work with Homeland or ICE. So we want to prepare detention notices. We want to do things. 71 is just saying, don't be an impediment. Don't tell your police to basically get in the way of the whole process. So active participation is 62. Just be passive in 71.
Follow up?
Yeah.
But in 71, punishes any municipality or county that doesn't cooperate.
We would encourage all of our communities in our state to work. We're part of the United States of America. I'm not going to go USA, which I'd like to, but we would encourage them to work with the feds. And if they don't, yeah, there is I believe 25%. There's a financial penalty if they don't.
Just one last follow up. And it's a 25% penalty, 25% of the total state funds received by Hanover. Pretty significant.
Pretty significant. So we want you to cooperate with the feds.
Yeah.
Cooperate.
Thank you.
Not work with. Just don't get in their way.
Senator, we heard in earlier testimony and along this line of questioning, our state government is set up a certain way so as to maintain control at the state level versus having a bunch of different localities making up their own rules. Dillon's rule versus not. Is that how we get our authority to tell municipalities how
Yes.
they should and should not be doing things?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Newell. She waves off. Representative Muse.
So as I look at this, what this law appears to do is to take a request by ICE. So a detainer is basically a request to hold. It's not a warrant. What it does is it takes a request by ICE and makes compliance mandatory for the community, not just the law enforcement agency, because the community is paying for the law enforcement agency, and the community would be punished if they're not complying. So I'm just curious, why remove discretion from communities?
So the detainer notice, they have to have probable cause to issue that notice. They don't just, we want Bill Gannon for no reason. They have to have probable cause to issue that notice. Then they're coming to look for the person. They're not asking you to go help them find the person, to arrest the person. But if you happen to run into the person, say they were doing drunk driving, and you pull them into the station, their name pops up on a list when you put their name in there, where you'd be only asked to make a call to Homeland or ICE. You make the phone call. If they decide it's a person of interest to them, then they would like you to hold them till they can get there and pick them up. That's as far as your burden would be.
Follow up? So a lot of the people who have ICE detainers out on them have not committed any crime at all. So we're in a situation where our communities would be asked to basically support the time for their police officers to support the holding of people who haven't committed crimes. Is that correct?
I think you're incorrect in the beginning, because they would need probable cause to issue that detainer notice. They can't just for no reason issue a detainer. The agent has to believe there's probable cause that the person they want has done something wrong, or is wanted for some reason. It just can't be for no reason to issue the detainer notice. Now, whether or not that's justified, did he do it on proper grounds? That's beyond what I would know, or the police officer would know. They're just holding the person, giving them 48 hours to come pick the person up. Again, if it was someone who had done nothing wrong, they're a very busy group, so they're probably not going to pick up someone who's just a dishwasher who's done very little wrong.
One more follow-up.
Sure.
One more.
So that could potentially include, let's say, a student who overstays their visa.
Again, they've issued a detainer notice with probable cause. It would not be our place to look into the reasoning of the federal government of this body, the ICE or Homeland. They, on the books, they're supposed to follow a procedure that they have probable cause to arrest, and that's why they have a notice out for their arrest. It shouldn't be for no reason.
Thank you.
The question whether or not someone who has a detainer could be someone who's never committed any crime at all, isn't that fallacious in that to enter the United States without a proper visa is a crime?
I would have to agree with you.
Being here without a visa isn't a crime, but entering into the United States is a crime. So perhaps that. And so it's overstaying your visa, by the way. Representative Newman.
On the detainer, the law enforcement agency does not have on its own knowledge, they don't know that there is probable cause to detain this individual. They are relying on what ICE tells them
Yes.
is that they have probable cause.
Yes.
And part of the detainer, as I understand, follow up. And part of the question, a detainer has probable, let me think about this.
I know what you're saying.
Part of the question is you have to rely on that ICE has done what is appropriate to have probable
We're relying
cause.
that ICE is not
and like
breaking
when
the
they
law.
get past the 48 hours, the county doesn't have any reason to keep that.
No.
Thank you very much.
And from your experience as an attorney, law enforcement.
Again, I practice very little. I have
If you remember
side
back
hustle.
so far, if you remember back that far, are you familiar with the concept of the knowledge of one is the knowledge of all? If what law enforcement says we have probable cause, that's acceptable across law enforcement.
I have heard such things said.
Thank you, Representative Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at a immigration detainer notice of action, and
On your laptop?
yeah, this is from Homeland
Understood, but
Security.
I'm allowing laptops not to.
Well, all right.
Geez, I can't use laptops.
Let
Where I
me-
come from.
I'll close my laptop and say I have looked at an immigration
Sure.
detainer.
Okay.
And one of the
I'm sure you have.
categories that can be checked is that the immigration officer has reason to believe that there may be a violation of some immigration statute. And fair to say, reason to believe is significantly less than probable cause.
If you say you just read that and it's a lower standard, I will believe you.
And fair to say, the other categories that are on the immigration detainer, that the boxes that can be checked, virtually all of the other ones involve a person having a criminal conviction of some sort in some jurisdiction. Fair to say.
Fair to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience with me today.
I don't think you can leave yet. No, you can leave there, but not the room. Today's Senator Gannon Day. David Holt.
Hello again, David Holt from Somersworth, New Hampshire. I'm here just to testify for myself, but I also am part of the New Hampshire Immigrant Rights Network. And again, you all should have received an email from us yesterday. I urge you please to all open that up and look at it. It basically goes into great detail on the flaws of this proposed law. And I have a copy here to provide for you folks in paper. A couple things, I guess, in just listening to that. There is civil law and there is criminal law. And one of the things that has been brought up about is the probable cause is because civil law is handled by the federal government and criminal law is handled by local law enforcement. To come into this country without going through the process or to be undocumented is a civil offense, not a criminal offense. So when we banter around with these words like illegal, it's very confusing for folks because they automatically assume it's criminal because that's what most of us all deal with. We hear about criminal cases going on, so they're assuming that that's the level to this is, but our government doesn't recognize that as being a criminal offense. It's a civil offense. And again, with the separation of responsibility for immigration issues being a federal responsibility and local law enforcement dealing with criminal offenses, that is one of the great ways that things work together to make sure that our communities can be safe because the communities, local law enforcement can build trust again with all of their community. And they know that when someone is pulled over, that they're not going to be profiled and reported, et cetera. If they witness a crime or are a victim of a crime, that people will actually submit that to the local law enforcement so that we can all be safer. Along those lines, one of the things I found kind of confusing was that this previous speaker had said that this was just to make sure that there was no speed bumps, yet there is a 25% fine if you do not cooperate. And also there was a lot of talk about it, there not being any fiscal note to this, but every second that a police officer is working or doing anything else other than protecting the community is a cost. I think that we all know that. And on top of that, if we're going to be detaining someone, there are huge costs. I want to say hundreds of dollars basically to detain someone for just one day. And those are unfunded costs that are going to fall back onto the communities. So this is costly, but to just take a big step back, it is unnecessary. All of this is unnecessary. We do not have a migrant crisis. We have folks that are doing the jobs that nobody else wants to do. We're looking, again, as I said, we walk down the street, there are help wanted signs everywhere. We need more people. We need to make this economy healthier. We need to grow it. This basically, all of these deterrents against undocumented individuals, immigrants, a huge percentage of the folks that are actually building our homes, and we have a housing crisis. they are immigrants. And again, immigrants are exactly the same as all of us, just coming from a different background. It really boils down to getting to know people individually. Talking about there's 300 gang members, but we didn't mention how many gang members are American citizens born and raised here. I think it's far, far greater. 300 is what, 0.0001% of the population. Everything that we see in the immigrant community, we see in the citizens community, but actually we see it far less because, as I said before, immigrants are a third less likely to commit crimes. Part of it is because they've got such a disadvantage. They are, just working to survive, but they also don't want to be deported. So they are watching their T's and Q's. Again, this bill is going to cause for profiling, has a racial bias to it. We really need to ITL this bill. It is not what our government should be doing. There is so much more. Again, if we're worried about crime, then why are people committing crimes? We need to basically make health care, living wages, so many other things that could lift us up so that we could all prosper together. So again, please ITL this bill. It's unnecessary. Again, the emperor has no clothes. It just doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Almost gave you that curse.
Thank you, Mr. Members of the committee. My name is Kate Horgan. I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Association of Counties. We are opposed to Senate Bill 71 as written only because we think House Bill 511 that this committee passed and that House Finance added an amendment to that would protect the counties both from litigation and financial costs is the better way to go. This bill, I did work with Senator Gannon on an amendment. We got about 3/4 of the way there, but it still would require counties to hold someone for 48 hours, regardless of whether or not they had a contract with another intergovernmental agency to cover the costs for housing, food, medicine, things like that. Currently, only Stratford County has a contract with ICE to hold federal inmates. They made a business decision several years ago. Merrimack County does have a rider on their Marshall contract to hold people, which is currently allowed under state law. But this bill is close, but it's not quite there. And we think House Bill 511 is the better way to go. I'm happy to take any questions.
If you know those facilities that do have contracts with the federal government, are they able to bill against those for ICE detained individuals?
So what I can say is that, and I don't know the specifics of the contract, but what I do know is that Merrimack and Stratford both get a daily rate to hold those individuals. And then for any medical expenses that are given, they are reimbursed for those medical expenses.
And to be clear, we're talking about detainers.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes. And it's just Stratford and Merrimack right now, but other counties are exploring it right now.
Is it's rather difficult to be approved by the federal government to get this, is it not? I mean, a lot of these places just physically don't have the ability.
It is. And that is our concern. And that's what we discussed with House Finance is that we need to have contracts because some counties, I'm going to use Sullivan. I'm not picking on Sullivan, but I'm going to use them as an example. They don't have the most up-to-date facility. There are requirements in these contracts, mostly that require wall separation to hold these individuals. And so some of those smaller counties are never going to be able to meet the requirements in that contract. So the language in 511 protects those smaller counties.
So under this statute or a bill as proposed, if a small police department in a county that wouldn't qualify for that picks up somebody who has a detainer, they may have been bailed from the police department on their original. Where would they go with this person if they had to hold him for 48 hours if they don't have a lockup in their police department?
That is a very good question, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Representative Sheriff.
Well, I'll talk to the chair afterwards. I have an answer to that.
All right. Seeing no further questions,
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill? Seeing none, I hereby close the hearing. And where are we at now? So, let me see, 41 is next. So if we start 1:30. All right, 1:30, we'll be in recess till 1:30.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. It is 1:30 and we are scheduled to reconvene at 1:30 for Senate Bill 41. And I am going to open that public hearing and I'm going to recess the public hearing and I'm going to call it 140. I think that's good, 140.
We said 145. That's what we told people.
He said 130. Until 1:45. Good afternoon again. Welcome back. It is 1:40, and I'm going to reopen the public hearing for Senate Bill 41, and I welcome the sponsor to introduce the legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee, for hearing Senate Bill 41, which I am the prime sponsor. For the record, my name is Regina Birdsell, State Senator for District 19, which encompasses the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And I'm here to present Senate Bill 41, which was a request from the Department of Safety. Because of the increasing fatalities on our highways, they had asked me to submit this piece of legislation. It prescribes additional penalties for operators caught at speeds exceeding 100 miles per hour. And just a quick Google search on Hampton on 101A, about 1, I think, in the morning, an individual was caught going in excess of 100 miles an hour in Hampton. In March, someone was clocked on 93 going 128 miles per hour. And 56 drivers were ticketed in March. 7 were clocked in excess of 100. And last year there were 116 that were given tickets and going between 100 and 109. And then there were 10 people going between 110 and 120. So I don't know what's going on our highways, but it's becoming a major problem. And so what this bill does, it declares a driver guilty of a violation, and they shall be fined not less than $750 and subject to a penalty assessment upon the first offense, and a subsequent offense will instigate a fine not less than $1,000 in addition to a penalty assessment. There will be a license revocation that will last 90 days on the first offense and up to a year for a subsequent offense. So that will conclude my testimony, and I know the Department of Safety is here, and they can answer a lot of questions, but I will try and answer some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Representative LaSalle's.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. In the first sentence of the actual text, it says, whoever upon any way drives a vehicle recklessly or causes a vehicle to be driven recklessly, and it goes on to the 100 mile per hour. Would that also cover motorcycles?
Yes, there have been, one thing I did learn in putting this bill together, there were actually 2 motorcycles going down one of the main highways in excess of 100 or 110, and a car that was GoProing, videoing them going at the same speed. So it's all drivers.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Lieutenant Storm.
Good afternoon again. I'm Lieutenant Storm from the New Hampshire State Police Department of Safety. I am from the Office of Highway Safety, and I also am the commander of the Special Services Unit. This is the exact parallel bill that we talked about a few weeks ago in reference to that obviously that this committee passed 16-0. Again, to echo what Senator Birdsdale was explaining, we are seeing a massive uptick in individuals that are traveling over 100 miles an hour. To include, again, with our airplane, we have seen a 230% increase in people traveling over 100 miles an hour. So we need something to help stop this. And again, this bill does exactly the same exact thing that the House bill that you folks had passed, doing the exact same thing to up those penalties and create a little bit longer of a license loss. So.
Looks like you got off easy today, Lieutenant.
We'll see.
Thank you very much. Nobody else? Wow. Is there anybody else that is here wishing to testify on Senate Bill 41? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And we went from being behind all morning to being 15 minutes ahead. So we will be back at 2 o'clock for Senate Bill 49. Good afternoon. Welcome back. It is 2:00. I'm going to open the public hearing for Senate Bill 49 and welcome the sponsor to introduce her legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee, for hearing the bill. For the record, my name is Regina Bertzel, still state senator for District 19, which is Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And thank you for hearing Senate Bill 49. I am the prime sponsor, and this bill establishes the crime and penalties of unlawful use of small unmanned aircraft systems. This, again, was a request from the Department of Safety. And what it basically does is a person is guilty of a misdemeanor if such person operates a small unmanned aircraft, or UAS, that interferes with law enforcement, firefighting, or other emergency response operations. If you recall, back in the fall when we had the fires in California, one of their Super Scoopers from Canada was hit with a drone and damaged it and was out of commission for almost 2 weeks during the firefighting, and it made a huge impact on their capability of controlling those fires. Also, a person is guilty of a Class A misdemeanor if such person negligently operates a small UAS in a manner as to interfere or disrupt the flight of a human-occupied aircraft or otherwise impede the normal course of operations of international, regional, municipal, or general aviation airport. It's a Class B felony if such operation results in damage to a human-occupied aircraft in flight. A Class A felony if such operation causes aircraft to crash and such crash results in death or serious bodily injury. And you're guilty of a misdemeanor if you operate a small UAS in FAA restricted airspace over the property of a federal and state correctional, penal, or detention facility, and a Class B felony if such operation is done with the purpose of delivering contraband into the facility or aid in the escape of a prisoner. And I just found out that this is actually happening in New Hampshire. A person is guilty of a Class B felony if such person is knowingly in possession or operates a small UAS equipped with a device capable of causing serious bodily injury, death, or property damage, or is otherwise capable of firing or releasing a projectile. So with that, that's what Senate Bill 49 is about, and I will offer to take any questions, but I think the Department of Safety is here as well as the Department of Corrections to kind of expand on some of the issues they've had.
Thank you, Senator. I believe that this bill is, as we call, a sister or a brother to Chairman Roy's bill.
Correct.
Also about aircraft, and I believe we passed that out unanimously. And I do understand that Lieutenant Storm is here as well to discuss that. I think there's a few differences in that we'll address for you. Okay. Representative Scheer, did you have a question? I would. You good? Okay. All right. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Oja?
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Oja. I'm the Director of Emergency Management at the New Boston Space Force Station. We fully support legislation of this nature. I'd just like to give you a little rundown on what our installation does. New Boston Space Force Station, approximately 3,000 acres in the towns of New Boston, Mount Vernon, and Amherst. We run 24/7 satellite operations, ground to space, to over 200 DoD and NATO allied satellites in space right now. This type of legislation obviously is critical to our mission. Any type of SUAS flying over with commercial off-the-shelf type of RF could really impact, degrade, or cause mission failure for anything that we're doing on site. So fully support this type of legislation. We do have concurrent jurisdiction with state and local authorities. We do not have legal authority on our installation. We don't have any law enforcement. So we literally lean on the towns of New Boston, Mount Vernon, and Amherst for all of their support. I thank you very much. And again, fully support this type of legislation.
Sauls?
Thank you for taking my question. My question is one of jurisdiction. Where does the FAA and local and state laws, how do they fit together?
Good question. So we are FAA restricted airspace because we are a military installation. As I mentioned, we do have concurrent jurisdiction. So if we do have anybody on site breaking any state laws, we can call on the local authorities or the state authorities to come out on our site and still levy disciplinary actions against that individual.
But my question is, does the FAA have laws against this sort of thing?
I believe that I honestly could not tell you. I believe they do. I believe because we are restricted airspace, nobody is allowed to fly any type of SUAS or drone over our site. However, I'm sorry, but it just last month we did have 3 incursions over the site. So regardless of whether it's FAA restricted airspace or not, it's still happening.
Thank you.
Representative, I believe we have somebody who will be testifying after this gentleman will be able to answer your question for you. Representative Scheer.
Just going, a request of the chair. Could we ask the subsequent witnesses to talk about the difference between this bill and Chairman Roy's bill? Because I think we're all very supportive of this idea. We just need to sort that out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hanks.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Helen Hanks, the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections. To my right is Chief Dara, our Chief of Investigations for the department. Our investigative department plays a critical role when we visually detect unmanned aerial systems in our space above our correctional institutions because we do not currently have drone detection. We are very much in support of the House bill that passed through and appreciative of Senator Birdsell and others who signed this bill because having an actual criminal penalty for an individual who flies a UAS over our correctional facilities is really important. I brought with me today a visual. This is Correctional News. They look nationally around technology. It is the April and March 2025 edition. And I think this says a lot about what correctional institutions are facing across the country. An aerial arms race to battle contraband smuggling by drone. And they say something I think is very poignant. There are 3 types of drone pilots we experience over correctional space, and they call them the 3 C's. People are either clueless, careless, or criminal. And for the latter of criminal, we really need some consequences for the disruption that it causes. And I'd just like Chief Dara to talk about a small experience I think we discussed the last time where we were able to have a free opportunity to use drone detection and what we learned.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, to say drones aren't having a significant impact on facility operations at correction sites would be an understatement. Drone drop contraband sparks inmate gang turf wars, fuel drug epidemics. They facilitate orchestrated escapes, and they pose life-threatening safety risks to correction staff. Just in the recent year, we've had over 16 drone sightings of our facility, and 3 of them we believe to be criminal. The other 2 would be we believe to be careless and curious. However, we were unable to detect those drones in a lot of times, so we're not sure what criminal aspect actually they face to our facilities. We were able to experience a recent escape at our facility at one of the hospitals, and the Department of Safety were able to swiftly get in and get drones. Drones are very are a very effective tool when they're used the correct way, but when they're not, they are not effective, and they can be used in criminal ways that are very destructive to our correctional facility. One more thing, I did reach out to one of our federal correctional facilities in the area up in the Berlin facility, and they've seen an 80% increase over the past year in drone sightings at their facility. 80% increase since last year, just in 4 months.
Okay. Happy to take any questions.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious about, you mentioned drone detection systems. Sorry, so apparently that's a tongue twister today. And you said that we don't have drone detection systems?
We do not at this time. It is a question that Representative Scheer asked the last time, and we shared some information. We have historically asked for some money in our capital budget appropriation request, but we've really had to lean away from that because of just simple infrastructure issues taking priority over drone detection. We do frequently look for grant opportunities at the federal level, and we'll continue to look for grant opportunities to try to reduce the burden of the general fund, but it would be a safety resource. This at least gives us a consequence for when we do intervene visually and can find the person operating the device. So we appreciate the step forward that the legislature is taking on this issue.
Thank you. Sorry for repeating Buzz's question.
No, it's all right. It was a while ago.
Ms. Graham, it doesn't look like there, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hanks, it doesn't look like there are any further questions. But before you step away, I don't necessarily think it's my place to speak for the entire committee, but I'm going to. And as you know, there's a really big vote coming up tomorrow in the House. And I want you to know that the work that you and Ms. Graham and your entire staff do is to be commended. And when you do a job well, I think it often comes across like it's easy. And the reality is it's probably one of the hardest jobs you ever do, kind of like being a parent. So thank you for what you do. And we are very grateful to have you in the state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I needed that.
I guess it was okay to speak for the committee.
Yes. Yes, it was.
Lieutenant Storm?
Thank you, Representative.
No pressure.
Zero. Good afternoon. As has already been said by Senator Birdsdale and you folks already, we have you guys passed this unanimously on the House bill side. Unfortunately, the way that this bill's kind of come down, we can't support it as the way it's written. We support any legislation like this that happened, but we right now will support the House bill in the way that it's written without any amendments. I can speak to a few of the different the questions and so forth. I can tell you right now, the Department of Safety, we have just secured a grant to get some drone detection for our special events that we'll be able to start utilizing here in the next few months. So to answer your question, we're working on that. We absolutely support our federal partners. We support our correctional partners and everybody understanding that this is an absolute necessity to have this type of legislation so we can help the Space Force, so we can help our Army partners, our Air Force partners, and any other installation that is having this problem right now. And our correctional facilities, not just the state correctional facilities, our county facilities, and also our federal partners up there that have that. Because most of the times those individuals are flying from state property or town or municipal properties. They're not actually on the insides of any of those properties. So that will give us that opportunity to help them to do this. And this is a long time coming. It's not just a safety aspect. There's a lot of nefarious things that happen, but there's also a lot of, as Commissioner Hanks said, the clueless and careless, right? We've had those incidents with Dart helicopter trying to land at particularly bad crashes where they can't land because there's a drone flying around. We've had numerous calls at our airports where drones are flying around just thinking that they're just, having fun, but they're actually impeding these large aircraft that could have significant effects if they were to be struck. So we really support that House bill and really need that to get passed. Thank you.
Have at it, clerk.
Oh, sorry if I missed this. What is the issue with this one that you prefer the House version?
So in the Senate bill, the federal law was removed from that, which is imperative to have because that is where all the rules are outlined. So we need that Part 107, that CFR Part 107 to be in there so that we can actually act upon those. And there's a couple other small things within that actually regulate airspace, which we as a state, and Trish Lambert from Aeronautics is here, can explain that as well. We can't regulate airspace. So we can't put anything there that regulates actual airspace. So that Part 107 is literally the crux and the crutch that we need to be able to enforce this.
Okay. Representative Muse?
Just wanted to add that one of the other differences that was put in there is a media exemption. So what it does is it essentially establishes some guardrails for media to fly drones at events where state police or there might be a police presence that sort of specify what they have to do in order to cooperate with law enforcement officials and how they can do their job safely and you guys can do your job safely at the same time.
Absolutely. And they still, by the commercial statute, which they would fall under that Part 107, they still have to follow those rules as well. So,
thank you.
Yes. If this committee decided to amend the bill to make them identical, would that solve that problem completely?
it would.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative.
Is there anybody else here wishing to testify on Senate Bill 41 that has not turned into Senate Bill 49 that has not turned the pink card? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Dude. I'm going to reopen the public hearing for Senate Bill 49 with a little side eye.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize for not being quicker with my pink card. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Joe Hannon, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to respectfully present a constitutional argument in favor of recognizing civilian drones as protected under the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment guarantees the right of the people to keep and bear arms, a right that has historically evolved alongside technology. Just as muskets gave way to modern firearms, we must now consider how emerging tools like defensive or surveillance-capable drones fit within this framework. The Supreme Court has affirmed that the Second Amendment protects commonly used tools for lawful self-defense. In today's world, drones are increasingly used to monitor property, deter intruders, and enhance personal security. Non-lethal applications are fully aligned with lawful defensive use. Some may argue that drones fall outside the traditional understandings of arms. But the court's ruling in Saitano versus Massachusetts clarified that even modern tools like stun guns are protected if they are in common use for self-defense. If government entities can deploy drones for observation and crowd control, civilians must retain the right to use similar technologies to protect their homes and their families. Legalizing and protecting civilian drone use under the Second Amendment has also practical public safety benefits. It empowers citizens to defend their property without immediate resort to deadly force, potentially preventing dangerous confrontations. This isn't simply about arming drones with lethal capabilities. It's about ensuring that citizens are not denied access to a modern tool for self-defense, property monitoring, and security functions historically protected under the concept of bearing arms. In short, drones present the next evolution, national as well as in civilian security. Excluding them from constitutional protections risks widening the technological power gap between the government and the people, a result that runs directly counter to the original intent of the Second Amendment. And I wanted to say I'm not against the concept of the bill, the ideas in the bill. Up until line 20, the first 20 lines of the bill, I think it's a great start. The problems occur on line 21 and on, where it makes it a Class B felony for having a device equipped with causing serious bodily injury, death, or property damage, which pretty much any object could be. If you just drive a drone with no attachments or lethal objects on it, could still kill somebody, potentially. And there are exemptions for state and local law enforcement, and I imagine there are going to be some federal exemptions also at the federal level. But they're allowed to apply distraction devices, disorientation devices, and it makes a felony if any projectile. So if you have a marshmallow gun on the top of a drone, technically under this bill, that would be a felony. You can't shoot a marshmallow off it under this. It's a projectile. I think no one necessarily likes the idea of having lethal weapons on drones, and I'm not here to debate that specifically. But to have a blanket prohibition on defensive and potentially non-lethal means of self-defense is anathema to the Second Amendment to the Constitution. There could be something, you could have nets that shoot off to catch other drones that may be encroaching on your private space or potentially hurting you. Someone gave me a little marshmallow. It was a little bunny rabbit with a thing in its mouth. You squeeze it and the thing shoots out. I'm sitting there and I thought, wow, this would be a felony if I put this on a drone. and it's kind of ridiculous. I think the bill's fine for the majority of it. The concept, I get it, I understand, but when you take that right away from people, it is a serious problem. And I just at least ask you take the consideration to deal with that specific instance. And if you need more help with it, I'd be happy to deal with and work with anyone who's involved. I don't believe the Second Amendment community was involved with any of the stakeholders in this bill, but I think it needs to be. Thank you. And I take any questions. Okay. Thank you very much. And thanks for your time.
Okay. Now, is there anybody else that is here that wishes to testify on Senate Bill 49 that is not turned into a pink card? All right. Thank you very much. Friends, we will be in recess until 2:30, and at that time we will hear Senate Bill 140. Good afternoon, everybody. For this just now joining us, it is 2:30. I'm going to open the public hearing for Senate Bill 140, and I invite the senator to introduce her legislation. Please don't induce it.
I'll do my best. Thank you for hearing my bill, Senate Bill 140. Again, for the record, my name is Regina Bertzel, State Senator for District 19, which still encompasses the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And I'm here to present Senate Bill 140. This was a request from the Department of Justice. This bill establishes a domestic violence fatality review committee with the Department of Justice to conduct comprehensive multidisciplinary reviews of deaths related to domestic violence. This bill establishes a criminal penalty for intentionally disclosing information or records obtained from those committee proceedings. That's pretty much the gist of it. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to. And I know the DOJ is here to speak on this as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for taking my question. I appreciate this legislation. I think it's a wonderful idea. I serve on the Overdose Fatality Review Board. Commission brand new, so, but I think it serves a really important function, and I think this would as well. The one thing I wanted to bring up that I don't see here, and maybe I'm just missing it, but I wonder, a lot of times, when you're having these conversations, it's important to have people who have lived experience be a part of the conversation. I don't see that as someone who is a representative included in this. And would you be averse to adding someone with direct lived experience?
I don't think so. I would talk to the DOJ, but I do notice that there's a representative of the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, and we could probably ask someone if they're a representative that they have had that experience. There are ways to get members of that have experienced that in there, but I wouldn't be adverse to putting someone on there.
Thank you.
Representative Muse.
Thanks for taking my question. What is the rationale for the criminal penalty for disclosing information that's provided to the commission?
Well, I think the DOJ would be better to answer that. However, I would say that this is very private information that they're going to be conducting, and it cannot get out.
So basically confidential information.
Correct.
Anybody else? No further questions? Well, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you.
Mr. Hampton? Of an organization providing civil legal services. Would that be the coalition? No. Is Pam has the If you could just hit the button so the red
It's the red color.
red
like
means
that.
go in this
There we
committee.
go.
It's really weird.
Yeah. I am trainable. A little slow, but I'm trainable. My name is Dr. Scott Hampton. I've been working in the field of interpersonal violence for probably about 35 years. My educational background is in clinical psychology, and I work with batterers, sex offenders. I do work with victims, run a supervised visitation center, and have been involved in the fatality review sort of movement for about a quarter century. I'm here today to voice strong support for the legislation for SB 140. And my involvement in fatality review actually started about 25 years ago. So at the time, I was the program manager at our community mental health center. At the time, it was called Stratford Guidance Center. Now I think it's called Community Partners. And at the time, we had a horrific, not that there's any other kind, but we had a horrific homicide-suicide in Dover, which, when we sort of looked at the case, looked at what was happening, revealed significant gaps in our system that had been effectively exploited. There's things that were gaps in with law enforcement and the courts and the mental health and batterers intervention all around that. And so what it suggests is that these things are being exploited, and there's something we need to do to try and tighten that up. So after this tragedy, I got on the phone and I called Judge Susan Carbon. I'm sure you all know who Judge Carbon is. And I said, we had this horrible tragedy. Is there anything that we can do to help minimize the chance of this happening in the future? And she said, well, funny you should mention that. In her usual immediate, insightful, and visionary way, she said, well, there's this concept out there called the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Initiative that mirrors what we already had with the Child Fatality Review. So this was back in the late 1980s. Well, no sooner did I hang up the phone when she had already applied for funding through the State Justice Institute to help us develop an exploratory committee to go around the country and take a look at these other teams that were set up, figure out how to operate these things in the most responsible way. We came back, and then in 1999, Governor Shaheen signed an executive order creating our fatality review. So that was in place, like I said, for the last for the last quarter century. Fast forward, we're two decades later, and what we still realize is that every year, and this is so shocking, every year when you look at the homicides in New Hampshire, more than half of them are domestic violence related. So it's either the victim getting killed, the victim killing the perpetrator in self-defense, a child getting killed, police officer responding, but more than half of these are domestic violence related, which is just shocking, right? And so we obviously have a tremendous amount of work to do, and not just to protect the families, but protect the first responders. Law enforcement tells us that it is the most dangerous call for them to go on, and sort of understand why you go there to apprehend the perpetrator, and needing to show a sign of loyalty, the victim jumps on the back of the officer and all sorts of bad stuff happens. So what we need is a state-of-the-art, robust fatality review process to be able to look at what happens in these cases to figure out what went wrong, what could we do differently in the future. So let me just mention the few key elements that should happen inside of a fatality review team based on what we've noticed around the country and in other countries that are operating these. First, has to be broad representation. So anyone who either was involved in the case, any agency that was involved in that case, could have been involved, should have been involved. So we're talking major crimes unit, we're talking medical examiner, local law enforcement, victim advocates, batterers intervention, child protective, and so on. All of us sit around a table. As we sit around the table, what we need is to have a collaborative rather than a finger-pointing atmosphere. So the idea is this is not to say, oh, you're the ones who screwed up, you dropped the ball. No, this is not looking in the rearview mirror, whose fault it is. This is looking through the windshield, whose responsibility is it? What ability do we have to respond in a way to minimize the chance of these happening again? So it needs to be a safe environment so that people can be candid and tell us what they know. The second thing is we do a deep dive into these cases, do a lot of data collection. We look for patterns. We look for, what could we have spotted? What are we noticing about these? Then before the meeting's over, we develop an action plan, recommendations. Then we say what needs to be done, who's responsible for implementing this, and by when do we want to hear about it. So it's an iterative process. It isn't just we'll make a recommendation, publish it, and then it goes on someone's shelf somewhere. So we expect to hear back by in the next year or two about the progress. We then write a report. Every 2 years, you write a report to say this is what we found, these are recommendations, this is the progress we've made, this is where we go from here. Two other items, and it was already mentioned about the confidentiality. We need people to be candid, so we need to have protections. And if we say, hey, you go talking to your brother about this or criminal penalties, I'd pay attention to that. I'd keep my mouth shut once I walk out of the room. And then the other thing is we only focus on closed cases. So nothing that's currently being litigated, open to appeal, subject to a pending civil suit. We only want those cases that are done because we don't want to infiltrate a current process and muck up the works. This is all about prevention, all about how we can learn from this. So this is not just a symbolic effort. This is not just, isn't it nice to have one of these things? It's evidence-based, it's practical, and we can learn from these past tragedies, change our systemic response, and protect our communities. But we need a mechanism in place where we have a really robust team to be able to do this. So I strongly support your supporting this, and if you have any questions, be glad to answer them.
Representative Shear.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
I'm thinking about when the group gathers, are you going to hear from people who were witnesses to the event or people involved in the family dynamic as a part of this investigation?
So in terms of the investigation, there are a lot of ways of doing this, and we have we've had many conversations about, who should be brought to the table. Do you actually bring people into the hearing or into the meeting that we have, or do we have people who are interviewing them outside? So we want as much information as possible about what was happening, but we always want to be really mindful about the impact of the work we're doing on the people that were involved. Yeah, the more information, the better, but in a really thoughtful kind of way.
My concern, given my background, is that those people that you called in front of you, you will be a state authorized body, and they may not be aware that, some of the people may, if they're candid about what happened and their role, may have some Fifth Amendment issues, and I'm just, it concerns me that they might say things that some part of the group may decide maybe that person should have been charged or should be charged.
Yeah, this is probably a better question for our attorneys to be answering. The one thing I would say though is, and I think about this when I do batterers intervention work. One of the things that we get is we have something called partner contacts. So I'll get phone calls from the partner of someone in my program, and they'll want to offer information, or they'll want to say, oh, you should know what this guy's doing at home, or maybe I want to find out. And the reason I'm mentioning this is that we have to be really careful about what the expectation is of the people out there. If a survivor calls me and says, this is what the guy's been doing, you need to know about it, I don't want that to come back on her in terms of retaliation. So everything we do, whether it's a fatality review, batterers intervention, or any other service, we need to be really mindful about, okay, what does this person think that we're able to do? What are they setting themselves up for? All these, the Fifth Amendment issue. So we have to be really mindful about that. And so what we have done in the past, and again, I'll let the attorneys really address that legal question, is we have an executive committee that meets in between these and has discussions about, how are we doing this? What kind of safeguards are in place?
Follow up? There was a first question, and he answered it. Might it make sense to depend if you're talking about, let's call it an incident witness, somebody who observed something, might be involved in the family. Might it make sense that they be informed of their Fifth Amendment rights? I know that may have a chilling effect, but it also may lead to a better protection for that person.
I would certainly have no argument about people knowing their rights. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I don't mean that in any kind of joking way.
No, I
seriously.
didn't take it that way.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It might be on line 17. It might, let me see, there's many pages here, but page 3, line 17 might address a little bit what you were thinking. I'm not exactly sure, but that might. Are there any further questions for our guest? Okay, Representative Knoll.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
I was thinking it would probably help to put things in context a little bit better, I think, to have some examples of what type of information people would be looking at. So what kind of documentation would explain the context and what happened in that situation without having to call witnesses or have anyone individually come and speak, or even the possibility of it being anonymized to a degree that you wouldn't be able to identify the person?
Correct. And what I really like about that point is that think about what our goal is. Our goal is not to arrive at conclusions about a particular case. It's really about systemic improvement. And so, because we can't undead someone. We're a little late to the game for that. What we can do is try to do some preventive things in the future. So we're looking for general information that informs the decisions we make, both intra-agency and interagency. So it's a good point. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Keilig?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Pamela Keilig, and I'm the Public Policy Specialist at the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence. As you know, the coalition is the umbrella organization for the state's 12 community-based crisis centers that support thousands of victims of domestic violence annually. I'm here in support of SB 140, which, as you've heard, would codify the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Committee, which was established by an executive order in 1999. So this is a long established best practice to look at these cases. Experts from across the state have met on a biennial basis to conduct a review of homicides related to domestic violence and publish a report of their findings. I did bring with me a copy of the most recent report, which I'm happy to send around. These are incredibly useful documents to just look at from a statewide lens and just see sort of the status of these cases on a bigger scale. And so this is something I reference on a regular basis, and I'm really grateful that this bill has been brought forward. And the first report was published in 2001, so it is a long-held practice. As you've heard, more than half of all homicides in New Hampshire are the direct result of domestic violence, which means that domestic violence, sadly, is the deadliest crime in our state. And I think something that's really important to understand is that domestic violence doesn't just impact the victim. It has severe consequences on children, families, and the wider community. And so the comprehensive reviews that this multidisciplinary committee conducts are an important part of our state's understanding of these incidences, and allow the committee to conduct to better understand the reviews of how what barriers there are to victim safety and make recommendations to prevent future fatalities. And as you've heard, there will be a member of the coalition as well as a member of one of our crisis centers on this fatality review committee. And our crisis center advocates witness firsthand the varying forms of abuse happening in our state and have a unique perspective on where the systems are failing or supporting victims. And we also hear after these incidences occur in the communities how important the work of our crisis centers are to support the community response to these incidences. Unfortunately, in recent years, there's been several domestic violence related homicides in the Lakes region, and I've attended community gatherings where members come together to better understand how they can prevent these. And so that really fits within the larger goal of this proposal. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I just hope the committee considers supporting this really important initiative so that we can continue to work together to prevent these cases from happening. Thank you.
So, Ms. Kyle, I actually have these all might go hand in hand. So I understand obviously your role, which is J, and then so K, would that be one of the centers that's under your umbrella?
Yes.
Okay, so page 2.
Yes.
Right, okay. And then on the first page, the bottom of the first page, a representative of an organization providing civil legal services. So you guys don't provide legal
No.
services. You guys just provide the support and kind of lead people where they need to go for the legal services and so forth.
Exactly. So we
Okay.
would refer them to a legal service organization.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. But then the K would be somebody that's basically maybe like one of the branches, like Cheshire County or something like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay. Got it. Representative Knoll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick. As soon as I said it, I kind of second guessed myself, and I'm curious what your thoughts are about having somebody with lived experience, because I do feel like, obviously, firsthand in advocating for people and being along for that process may be sufficient. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it's always great to have someone who has those lived experiences. I think I will say that a majority of folks who do work at these types of organizations do have either direct or secondary experience with this. So I do think folks would be represented, but I don't think we'd have any issue with having like someone who is there specifically in the role as a survivor. I don't think we'd have an issue with that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. Mr. Broadhead?
Thank you, Chair. And members of the committee, I'm Matthew Broadhead. I'm Associate Attorney General for the New Hampshire Department of Justice, and I'm here with Danielle Snook, who is the Program Administrator for the DOJ's Office of Victim Witness Advocate. We are here on behalf of the Attorney General, who's in Nashville right now at a conference, but we are in support of SB 140. Danielle and her team did an excellent job in reaching out to various stakeholders to get their buy-in and approval, and there is a list of people who have signed in support of the bill that are not testifying. I refer that list to the committee. I will try not to repeat much of which was said, but Dr. Hampton, I think, did a great job teeing up a lot of what I was going to say. But I do want to put a finer point on some of these kind of eye-opening statistics. 1 in 2 women and more than 2 in 5 men have reported experiencing intimate partner violence at some point in their lives. And then for New Hampshire specific data, we've said this, a couple of people have said this already, but just to put a finer number on it, from 2009 to 2023, there have been 234 homicides. 55% were domestic violence related. 55%. A quarter of those, of all homicides, were perpetrated by the domestic partner. Another quarter were for other family relationships, parents, siblings, children. A national study, so that there is a wider danger to the public that domestic violence does pose. There's a 2021 national study that found that 59% of mass shootings between 2014 and 2019 were DV related, domestic violence related, and 68% of mass shootings, the perpetrator either as part of that mass shooting either killed a member of their family or had a history of DV. And so the correlation there is stark and stunning. As others have said, the goal of this committee is to provide a systemic review, not just a single case review, but looking at the problem statewide, looking where there's gaps in services. And the legislation, I'm happy to answer any questions about any specific sections, but it outlines the mission, membership, authority, and responsibilities of the committee, and as a model that reflects the current best practice. There's more than 30 states that have adopted a law similar to this. And so we urge the committee to help codify this best practice into state law. One statistic that I did want to also say is that the impact on law enforcement. I've been at the DOJ representing state police for over 10 years, and I've represented state troopers who've been sued in officer-involved shootings, and a lot of those cases, those calls were initiated by a domestic violence call. And it's unfortunate, but that's something that law enforcement officers do have to deal with. And nationally, there's been 43 officers killed in the last decade responding to domestic violence calls. So we do ask you to urge this passage. Danielle, if you had anything else that you wanted to say? No? Okay. We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
First question relates to, might it make sense to, at least for people who come before the committee who were somehow involved in the incident or attached to the incident, to at least let them know of their Fifth Amendment right. And just to follow up on what the chair said, the paragraph that the chair referred to, section 13, it's well on the way to that, but it doesn't, would it be good to have it say anyone of that kind of witness I described should be informed that they have a Fifth Amendment privilege?
I'm not opposed to it, but I don't believe it's necessary, only because practically speaking, there are prosecutors that serve on this commission who are aware of their obligation. There's a prohibition on using the information that's gained in civil or criminal discovery. And there's a defense attorney specifically on the commission who would be appointed. So I think if it came to that situation, we would realize as stewards of justice to know that we should be making that affirmative, representation, that they do may implicate a Fifth Amendment right. I'm not opposed to adding it. I just don't know that it's necessary. The only other thing that I'd say is that, just in the bucket of not necessary, is that the time frame where any one case will be reviewed, the criminal charges would need to have been exhausted in order to bring a case up for review, and any pending civil suit would have to have been resolved. So I'm trying to imagine a scenario where there might be, you're certainly going to be beyond the misdemeanor statute of limitations for a year. Could there be a review that takes place within the 6 years felony statute of limitations? Maybe. So maybe that's an area where you could address it. But I defer that to the committee.
Follow
up.
This is the harder question, and I'd be curious what both of you have to say about this. From 1988 to 1992, I defended homicide cases for the public defender program, and the rate, the percentage of homicides that were domestic violence homicides is exactly the same. What troubles me is there's been a lot of work done. Why, between 1992 when I left that unit and now, very good work done by all sorts of organizations to deal with domestic violence issues. But why can't we get that rate down?
It's a very hard question. I don't know if you have any inside information about that to respond, but I will say that it's a persistent problem, and I think the first step in solving it is getting this committee stood up to a point where we can compel, the necessary testimony to protect the forthright and unvarnished opinion and disclosure, so that we can get to the root of the problem and then start addressing it.
I think that's a really great one. Sorry. Thank you for the question. And yeah, it is something that we are mindful of, right? That there has been a lot of work and a lot of energy and a lot of resources put into this issue, and it still exists. And I think one of the things that this committee will allow us to do is to collect more information and more data. And I think that one of the trends that we've seen is over time is that there are some years where our intimate partner domestic violence homicides are really high, and there was a time where that went down. Unfortunately, we saw an increase in our family member homicides, where we had parents murdering their children and children murdering their parents. And so it's, in some areas, I think we've made some progress, and in other areas we haven't. And I think we need more time and more resources to figure out why.
Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody with us wishing to testify on Senate Bill 140 that has not turned in a pink card? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And it's actually 3 o'clock. I'm going to open the public hearing for Senate Bill 149 and welcome the senator to introduce her legislation. Looks like it was Gannon and Birdsell Day today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee, for hearing Senate Bill 149. Again, for the record, my name is Regina Birdsell, State Senator for District 19, encompassing the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And I'm here as the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 149. And basically this was again, another request from the Department of Safety, and they are here, I'm sure, to answer any questions you may have. But basically what this does is we have had a number of cases in the last year that I know of people driving down the wrong side of the road. And we have sometimes it's elderly, sometimes it's most of the time it's a DWI or driving under the influence. So what this does is this bill, there's a chapter in law that's 265:26 driving on divided ways. And what this does, it adds to that chapter a wrong way driving to the list of the aggravating factors that can elevate a driver driving while intoxicated offense to that particular chapter. So with that, I will try and answer any questions. And like I said, the Department of Safety is here as well.
Representative Scheer?
If I'm not mistaken, this committee already passed a bill that did the same thing.
Representative, you're going to be amazed at how many bills that we have that come from from our senator friends and vice versa.
I understand that. That's and therein leads my question. How does this differ from the bill that I think it was on the consent calendar has already made it through the House? Are you aware?
I believe it's gone through the House. It's probably now in the Senate. In front of Judiciary, and I'm not sure what the House version, but I think they're almost identical because Representative Roy and I were in the same conference with the state police on what they wanted to put through. So,
Our friend that joins us pretty much every day that we're here, Lieutenant Storm, will be able to tell us if there's any differences.
I look forward to it.
We're really putting him on the hot seat today. All right.
I'm sure it's not the first time, and I'm sure it won't be the last.
Exactly. Say, like, good legislation is good legislation, right? No further questions for the senator? Oh, Representative Newman?
I'm kind of looking at this, trying to figure out, it appears to me that both of the paragraphs are identical. I'm wondering why what appears to be exempt was in there twice.
Oh, you mean the bill has a typo? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't. Oh, is there something different? Okay. I found Roman numeral 1, Roman.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It looks like they're different.
They're, if you look at,
265.
265, Roman numeral 1 in first and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Storm.
Good afternoon again. I'm Lieutenant Chris Storm from the Office of Highway Safety and Special Services within the State Police. And Madam Chair, you are 100% correct. This is the exact same bill with no changes that this particular group passed 16-0. So it does, again, do the exact same thing, adding aggravated DWI if you're in violation of driving on the divided highways. And again, just to remind the committee that this was crafted in this way so that, as Representative Scheer asked the last time, does this stop someone if they were driving, say, down the wrong way on A Street in Hampton? Yes, that is not going to be aggravating circumstance. So it is only if it is on a divided highway.
Nobody else? Thank you very much.
That was beyond easy. Thank you guys for the easy day.
Is there anybody else here that wishes to testify on Senate Bill 149 that has not turned in a pink card? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing, and our work for today is done. Remember, we have House session tomorrow, and we also meet back on Friday. Here.